Chapter 65. Mu Yu did not expect the fat guy to be so fast, even he could not react in time. He immediately rushed over. The others were also shocked awake, not knowing what had happened. What's wrong? When Mu Yu rushed over, he realized that Hao Yingjun was the only one standing there. Hong Yang is gone. Hao Yingjuan's face was flustered. He walked around in a circle, but did not see Hong Yang's shadow. Mu Yu's heart sank. He waved his shadow clone sword, the green sword light illuminating the surroundings. The surrounding insects dodged the green light and ran towards the shadows. What's wrong? The others rushed over, only to realize that there was only Mu Yu and Hao Yingjun, but Hong Yang was gone. Save me. Hong Yang's voice came out from the forest, but it seemed that her mouth was covered, and very quickly, there was no sound. Su Jiuyi Tian's body had already disappeared. He chased towards the direction of the voice. Hao Yingjun followed behind. Shui, follow Mu Yu, I will be the last. Cheng Yang said. In the gloomy forest, he did not mess up. Shui's cultivation was the lowest amongst the rest. If they chased after the person in front, Shui would definitely be the last. If something happened to Shui, it would not be good. Mu Yu's body shuttled back and forth between the branches, the tip of his foot lightly, nimbly dodging the crisscrossing branches. He frowned. The strange qi was getting thicker. What was that qi? Where did it come from? Why was he the only one who could smell it? Mu Yu stomped his foot, and stopped. What's going on? Cheng Yang and Shui stopped and asked. They are gone too. Mu Yu could no longer see Hao Yingjun and Jiuyi Tian. He did not know where they went. The trees in the forest were too dense. If one was not careful, they would not be able to see the others. Mu Yu grabbed onto the trees tightly, and the trees within a 20 m radius immediately reported back to him. It's over. The two of them went in different directions. Mu Yu felt that something was amiss. The two of them were too eager to save people and moved too fast. They didn't even realize that they had separated in the dark. Cheng Yan's expression turned grave. They should be fine, right? Who is the one that kidnapped senior sister Hong Yang? Shui's face was a little pale. In this godforsaken place where she couldn't even see her own fingers, she could only see the faint light emitted by their respective magic treasures. She couldn't see anything else at all. If it weren't for the fact that Cheng Yang and Mu Yu were beside her, she would have been scared out of her wits. This was also what Mu Yu wanted to know. Who would kidnap Hong Yang, especially when she was so close to them? Hong Yang was at least at the first layer of foundation establishment, yet she did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Could it be? The two words human appeared in their minds at the same time. They looked at each other, and finally Shui broke the silence. Should we send out a signal to inform the others? We are still not sure if it's human. It's already so late. Let's not talk about whether or not anyone saw it. Even if they saw it, we can't take the risk of letting the others rush over. We also can't stay here and wait for the others to come over. We still have to find them. Cheng Yang shook his head. Senior brother, you bring senior sister Shui in that direction to chase after Fatty. I will go here to find Jiuyi Tian. Mu Yu pointed in two different directions. The two of them were too fast, and had long exceeded his range of perception. You and Shui go together. I will go find someone. Cheng Yang did not agree with Mu Yu going alone. He was at the Jindan period, and moving alone was more reliable than Mu Yu. If he brought Shui along, he would not be able to display his full potential. Don't worry, senior brother, I know what I am doing. Nothing will happen. Trust me, once we find someone and fly into the sky, the light of the talisman will guide everyone. Mu Yu nodded at Cheng Yang, and then he had already turned left, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Come back. Cheng Yang shouted, but Mu Yu had already left. He was a little angry. Mu Yu was too reckless. He had completely forgotten that Cheng Yang was at the Jindan period. With Cheng Yan's speed, it was more than enough to catch up with the others. Shui, hold on tight to me. Cheng Yang did not hide anymore. He directly carried Shui, and his Jindan period cultivation was released without reservation. His body only paused for a moment, and then he was already dozens of feet away. Senior brother Cheng Yang, you are at the Jindan period. Shui wanted to resist when Cheng Yang hugged her, But Chengyan's display of cultivation shocked her greatly. Chengyang was about the same age as her, and he was from the falling dust sect, but he actually had a Jindan period cultivation? How was this possible? Don't ask too many questions, I mean no harm. Chengyang was extremely fast. He had already spread out his divine sense, covering the surroundings as he headed in Hao Ingjuan's direction. 15 minutes later, he had already found Hao Ingjuan's aura. His body flashed again, and he was already by Hao Ingjuan's side. The two of you, stop running around. Chengyan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He grabbed Hao Ingjuan's hand and pulled him back. Why are you chasing in the middle of the night? Don't you know that we have already separated? Are you the one looking for her, or is she the one looking for you? You. Hao Yingjun felt a terrifying aura coming from Chengyan's body. It caused his heart to palpitate, and he could not move at all. This was a terrifying aura that only existed during the Jindan period, and it actually appeared on Chengyan's body. Is there any news of Hongyang? Chengyang asked in a deep voice. Hao Yingjun shook his head. He had been chasing for a while, but he realized that he could no longer hear any news of Hongyang. He could not even see Jiu Yi Tian's shadow. Protect your sister well. Fly into the air and wait there. Don't let the light of your treasure fade. Chengyang put Shuer down. His words were still echoing in the air when he disappeared again. Senior brother, he really? Shuer asked in disbelief. Hao Yingjun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded. Chengyang's terrifying cultivation had been unreservedly released just now, pressuring him to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. He would only feel this kind of aura when he angered his father. Shuer, be careful. Hao Yingjun suddenly sensed something and hurriedly pulled Shuer away. Following that, a black shadow swept towards them and almost pushed Shuer to the ground. Hao Ingjuan's treasure lit up and illuminated the black shadow. When they saw the black shadow clearly, Shuer and Hao Yingjun were both startled. Ah! Shuer let out a scream. She was frightened by the black shadow in front of her. On the other side of the forest, Mu Yu had already disappeared. He had already blended into the trees and was quickly shuttling back and forth. He could only use his wood control ability when moving alone. He had a question that he needed to solve himself. Regarding the increasingly dense and familiar aura, he could not figure out where it came from, but he felt that the aura definitely meant something to him. After blending into the trees, his perception of his surroundings increased by a lot. His movement speed was also very fast. He even found traces of Jiu Yi Tian, but he did not go to find Jiu Yi Tian. This was because Jiu Yi Tian's direction had already deviated, and Hongyang was in another direction. At the moment, Mu Yu no longer knew where he was. He only felt that the trees around him were getting denser and denser. It did not affect him, but he was getting further and further away from the others. Save me. A weak cry for help came out. It was Hongyang's voice. At the moment, she seemed to be injured. Her voice was intermittent and weak. But the aura that Mu Yu smelled was coming from another direction. This aura did not belong to Hongyang. Mu Yu could only give up on tracking the aura. After determining the direction of the voice, he turned and walked towards Hongyang. The trees broke apart at this point. In front of him was an empty space. If he walked further, he would reach a small hill made of rocks. Mu Yu had no choice but to leave the trees and carefully walk out. Beneath his feet were broken rocks, and within the rocks, there were a few ancient orchid grass. These grass were scattered, their roots were small and not connected together. Mu Yu was unable to rely on them to move quickly. Geg. Mu Yu stepped on something and released a crisp sound. His shadow clone sword flashed with a green light in front of him. Borrowing the light, he lowered his head to take a look. It was actually a bone. Mu Yu was shocked. He did not know if the bone was from a human or an animal. It had been weathered for a long time, and was crushed by him. He looked around him. There were many bones scattered all over the ground. It looked like the bones of some demonic beasts. There was also a strange skull with a sharp chin and a long nose. He did not know what kind of demonic beast it was. Save. Hongyang's voice came from the top of the hill. She could not even speak clearly. To prevent himself from stepping on something and alerting the enemy, Mu Yu stepped on his flying sword and flew up the hill. The hill was made of rocks. Behind a protruding boulder, a dark and damp cave appeared in front of Mu Yu. The heavy breathing sound came from the cave. The breathing sound was very low, and the interval between the breaths was very long. It was somewhat oppressive, and hearing it made one's hair stand. Hong Yang's voice had already disappeared. She was most likely inside, but Mu Yu was not sure. In such a gloomy place, Mu Yu's heart had a trace of fear. After all, he was only a 15-year-old youth. He did not have much experience, but he could not ignore his companion inside. Mu Yu calmed himself down and slowly approached the cave. Step by step, he moved. Suddenly, his foot slipped and he almost fell. Below his foot was a lump of wet unknown substance. It was white and sticky. Mu Yu had stepped on it. It was very slippery. Mu Yu even smelled a fishy smell. He frowned and forced himself not to vomit. What exactly is this place? Mu Yu's heart was beating like a drum. When he raised his head, he could still see the crescent moon. He could also see a flock of birds flying out from the forest. When they flew past the crescent moon, they left behind a few unpleasant cries. He stepped into the 2-meter-tall cave. After entering the cave, he could no longer see the moonlight. There was only the light from his shadow clone sword. The visibility was too low. Drip. Mu Yu took a deep breath. He didn't know where the sound of water dripping came from, but it scared him quite a bit. The cave did not look like it was formed naturally. It looked like it was dug by an animal. There were many sharp claw marks. It was a ghastly sight, but it was already covered in moss. The fishy smell was getting thicker and thicker. He could see the disgusting mucus on the walls. Mu Yu's stomach churned. Fortunately, he did not eat much today. Otherwise, he would have vomited last night's meal. Jie jie jie, it sounded like something was laughing. It also sounded like something was whispering. Mu Yu's scalp went numb, but he still carefully walked forward. After walking a few more steps, the front suddenly became spacious. Mu Yu retracted his foot and fell down. He stepped on the flying sword in time. When he stabilized his body and saw the huge cave, he was stunned. The rotten smell assailed his nostrils. There was white mucus everywhere. There were many corpses of demonic beasts hanging in the air. They were wrapped in white threads. Some of them were missing half of their bodies, and some were still dripping blood. Mu Yu had seen some of these demonic beasts before. For example, the ferocious rank 2 demonic beast, the blue lion. This kind of powerful and vigorous demonic beast was an existence that ordinary Foundation establishment stage cultivators would not dare to provoke. At this moment, it was hanging in the air. The huge lion's head looked like it was torn in half. White brain matter mixed with blood stuck to its fur. It was nauseating. Hong Yang was also wrapped in white threads and hung in the air. Her eyes were tightly shut. Her face was pale and bloodless. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. Senior sister Hong Yang? Mu Yu lightly called out. He then flew towards Hong Yang. However, he suddenly felt a cold wind behind him. Mu Yu's body quickly sank. The shadow clone sword moved backwards. He had already pulled away. Chapter 66. What Mu Yu saw was not a human that was emitting flames or covered in treetops, but an ugly monster. This monster had human limbs and even human hands that were covered in a layer of fine hair. Its fingernails were long and black, but its head was not that of a human. Instead, it had a ghastly pale face with 8 eyes of different sizes. There were 2 grey teeth in its mouth, and a swaying scorpion tail trailed behind its back. Its 2 pincers were constantly opening and closing. Miserable face spider scorpion. This name suddenly appeared in Mu Yu's mind. He immediately thought of it when he saw the monster's face and tail. In the past, Master had told them about many special characteristics of rare demonic beasts, including the miserable face spider scorpion. This monster in front of them was undoubtedly the demonic beast that Master had mentioned. This type of demonic beast was extremely rare. It had the same characteristics of spiders and scorpions, but it was much more powerful than those 2 insects. It was very picky about its food. The male miserable face spider scorpion only liked to eat female prey, while the female miserable face spider scorpion only ate male prey. Human, male, I don't like. This monster could actually speak. The miserable face spider scorpion should not have a human form. Its body should be that of a spider's and not human limbs. The miserable face spider scorpion in front of them was clearly not a normal demonic beast. Furthermore, this strange miserable face spider scorpion could actually speak human language. This clearly exceeded the category of demonic beasts. You're a demonic beast. Mu Yu's expression changed as if he had thought of something and suddenly exclaimed. Master had said that all living things had a spirit, represented by 3 races. One was the human race, the leader of all living things, ruling the entire world. The other was the human, powerful and not inferior to humans. The last was the demonic beast race. Among the 3 races, the human form was the best at controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The other 2 races were similar to the human form. The human had the appearance of a human, but it was much more powerful than a human. The demonic beast race also needed to evolve into a human form to better utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Some demonic beasts actually looked no different from humans. The demonic beast race evolved from demonic beasts. The demonic beast race's status among demonic beasts was similar to the status of cultivators among mortals. If demonic beasts had intelligence, they would be able to evolve into demonic beasts with their own consciousness. They would know how to cultivate, how to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and how to use spells. Their strength was comparable to humans. The number of demonic beasts was about the same as humans, but compared to cultivators, there were too few demonic beasts that had intelligence and became demonic beasts, much less than cultivators. Even if demonic beasts evolved into demonic beasts, they would not change their vicious nature. They liked to kill each other, which was why there were so few demonic beasts. Thousands of demonic beasts, the demonic beasts, the demonic beast race. Of the demonic beasts of the demonic beast race. Demons, demonic beasts, demonic beasts. Demonic face, demonic beast. Of the demonic beast of the demonic beasts of the demonic beast, demonic heavens, demonic beast. Human made a comeback. The demonic beast race was unable to recover after the war with the humans. Because of humans' actions, the demonic beast race was on the verge of extinction. They had no choice but to stand on the side of the humans and fight against human with them. Therefore, the demonic beast race and the humans signed an agreement. The demonic beast race submitted to the humans and withdrew from the stage of history. They lived in seclusion in remote places. Without proper guidance, it was difficult for other demonic beasts to evolve into demonic beasts. Mu Yu had never seen a demonic beast race before. Most people in the cultivation world only knew of the evil human and forgot about the existence of demonic beasts. He did not expect to see a demonic beast race like the wretched spider scorpion in a place like Mount Fulong. The demonic beast race was not like human, who would control the houses, crops, firewood, and so on. Therefore, they were not as scary as human. However, they were demonic beasts and were much stronger than humans. Therefore, dealing with demonic beasts was a rather troublesome matter. And this wretched spider scorpion in front of him still maintained its demonic form. It had only transformed its 4 limbs. Clearly, it had not fully evolved. Human, you deserve to die. The wretched spider scorpion exploded. As a demonic beast, its legs were more powerful and its speed was faster. Streams of white liquid shot out from its mouth, mixed with a fishy stench, towards Mu Yu. F***CK. Can you be more hygienic? You'll be fined for spitting. Mu Yu quickly retreated to avoid that disgusting thing. That thing was still steaming and hissing when it landed on the ground. It was on a completely different level from what Mu Yu had just stepped on. When this white thing was spat out, it was corrosive and could corrode the flesh of any living creature. If one was not careful and was hit, one's body might be corroded. This was something Mu Yu knew very well. Quality. Mu Yu could not help but curse in his heart when he saw the demonic beast race spitting everywhere tirelessly without any intention of stopping. If it were a human, after spitting a few mouthfuls of spit, it would cool down for a long time before continuing. However, this demonic beast race was spitting endlessly without any signs of exhaustion. Ding! The wretched spider-scorpion had already pounced over. Its nails were its weapon, as hard as black iron and extremely sharp. It was not afraid at all as it interweaved with Mu Yu's shadow-clone sword. Mu Yu kept dodging and had to pay attention to that incomparably fast scorpion tail. Being stung was not fun. Demonic beasts becoming demonic beasts did not depend on their cultivation, only their intelligence. It was just like how humans were able to cultivate and looked at their innate talent. Once their intelligence was activated, as long as they were not killed by other demonic beasts, they could begin to transform into humans. This process was very long, and during the transformation, their strength would be greatly reduced. If they were not careful, they would be eaten by their natural enemies. It was just like how humans who had just learned how to cultivate were not protected by their teachers. If they walked in the cultivation world and had a slight conflict with others, it would easily lead to a bloody incident. This demonic beast race was the same. To demonic beasts, the conditions for becoming a demonic beast race were even harsher. This wretched spider-scorpion's cultivation was not high. It was only at the second level, which was equivalent to a human's foundation establishment stage. The main reason was that its evolution was not complete. It felt like it had only evolved halfway, but it was not clear what the reason was. Even so, Mu Yu felt that dealing with this demonic beast race was more troublesome than dealing with other demonic beasts. Because this fellow still had a tail and a mouth. Not only did it rely on its tyrannical demonic power, it also relied on its mental pollution to disgust the opponent. Mu Yu leapt high, a sword chi fiercely slashed at the wretched spider-scorpion's chest. But the wretched spider-scorpion's fur was only destroyed. Other than leaving a scar on its skin, it did not receive any substantial damage. Mu Yu's sword chi was unable to injure the demonic beast. He had underestimated the demonic beast race. Is the demonic beast race's skin very thick? Mu Yu dodged the fatal scorpion tail and spit. His body quickly descended and stood on a rock. Seeing the wretched spider-scorpion baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and then looking at Hong Yang who was entangled, his heart could not help but become nervous. "Tilda, how is Hong Yang doing?" Tilda, the wretched spider-scorpion, pounced forward again. Mu Yu's sword chi weaved, the shadow clone sword in his hand split into two. Rushing forward, one shadow sword pierced towards the wretched spider-scorpion's eyes, and the other pierced towards its tail. But the wretched spider-scorpion's long fingers strangely changed, and in a moment, it firmly grabbed onto Mu Yu's two swords. It even exposed a sneer. "You think I only have two swords?" Mu Yu bellowed, releasing his hand. He grabbed the third sword and pierced towards the wretched spider-scorpion's fangs. "Tilda, this fellow's mouth is not clean, it keeps spitting saliva. I need to treat its mouth." Tilda, but a sudden change occurred. Mu Yu's third sword was suddenly stopped in mid-air. Just as he was suspicious, a heart-wrenching pain came from his waist. Unknowingly, the wretched spider-scorpion's body had already grown out two more arms, growing out from its ribs, the sharp claws piercing into Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu endured the pain, his dust-fall steps becoming formless, his feet lightly tapped on the wretched spider-scorpion's tentacles, and then flew backwards, crashing into the stone wall and heavily falling onto the ground. "I should have known, spiders have 8 legs. Mu Yu struggled to stand up, looking at his wounds. There were 2 black blood holes on his waist. The wounds were already starting to turn black. The wretched spider-scorpion's tentacles were poisonous. Mu Yu, you better leave quickly, you can't defeat this monster." Hong Yang shouted from above. She looked like she had only fainted and was not injured, but the battle between Mu Yu and the wretched spider-scorpion had awoken her. The wretched spider-scorpion was a male, the prey it ate must be females, and it must be unharmed, and it was this habit that saved Hong Yang's life. "Senior sister Hong Yang, it's good that you're fine." Mu Yu endured the pain. He realized that his wounds were somewhat numb, the demonic beast's poison was too strange, he had to think of a way to detoxify it. Plants. Mu Yu looked around, he needed plants. After fusing with the trees, his body and the trees were one, he could leave the poison in the plants. But this was a huge cave, the surroundings were messy and sharp rocks, plants could not grow here. Mu Yu's hand touched moss, but there was too little moss, it was not enough. Human, die. The wretched spider-scorpion threw away Mu Yu's shadow clone sword, and once again charged towards Mu Yu. The disgusting mucus in its mouth was about to stain Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu leapt forward, dodging it. With a wave of his hand, the shadow clone sword flew up again, piercing towards the wretched spider-scorpion. But his spirit energy was unable to replenish it. The shadow clone sword only lightly swept, and was repelled by the wretched spider-scorpion. Mu Yu no longer had the strength to move. He leaned against the wall, watching the wretched spider-scorpion walk closer, step by step. The wretched spider-scorpion had already extended its sharp claws, laughing strangely, the cold glint of the claws aimed at Mu Yu's throat. Am I still too reckless? Mu Yu looked at the descending sharp claws, his heart feeling bitter. He thought that in this deep forest, there was nothing that could threaten him, so he did not listen to his senior brother, and came to save Hong Yang, but he did not expect that he would accidentally enter this cave. Without the support of plants, he was just an ordinary true cultivator disciple, just that he had a bit more talent than others, but in the end he was still a foundation establishment brat, and was careless. The wretched spider-scorpion's claws descended. Kai. Chapter 67. The miserable face spider-scorpion fell to the ground, its body split into two. The purification erosion sword in Chengyan's hand was dripping with blood, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Mu Yu had never seen him with such an expression before. He had always been easygoing, and had never been angry with anyone, but at that moment, he was truly angry. The miserable face spider-scorpion was unable to kill Mu Yu, and at the critical moment, Chengyang had arrived and killed it. If not for Chengyan's timely arrival, Mu Yu would have been dead. Senior brother, luckily you're here. Mu Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead, and forced out a smile. Go, let's leave this place. Chengyan's eyes flashed with anger. He did not say much, but looked at Mu Yu's wound, and frowned. I'm sorry. Mu Yu lowered his head. It was his fault. He overestimated his own abilities, thinking that nothing would happen to him. He came alone to chase after the enemy, but he did not expect that he would almost lose his life. Chengyang did not say anything. He supported Mu Yu up, brought Mu Yu up, took off Hong Yang, and left the disgusting cave. Junior brother Mu Yu, are you all right? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Hong Yang anxiously looked at Mu Yu's pale face, and could not help but blame herself. Mu Yu's current injuries were all caused by her. She did not expect that she would be kidnapped by a monster in the dark environment. She did not even know who attacked her. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to fight against a monster in the dark. Hong Yang, quickly fly up to the sky, and find the others. I will get them to wait in the sky. Chengyang said. But, junior brother Mu Yu, Hong Yang looked at Mu Yu's situation. She wanted to stay behind and help, to see if she could help. Don't cause any more trouble. Go over there and find all of them, Chengyang said with an unquestionable tone. His voice was no longer as gentle as it used to be. On the contrary, it was very cold, like cold metal, making people unable to see through him. Hong Yang looked at Chengyang and did not dare say anything. She turned and looked at Mu Yu worriedly, thinking that Chengyang was Mu Yu's senior brother, so he should be fine. Then, she stepped on her magic treasure and rushed into the sky, quickly disappearing. Mu Yu felt his nerves go numb. The tragic face spider-scorpion's poison had already spread throughout his body. If he wanted to detoxify the poison, he had to merge with the trees. However, in front of Chengyang, he was somewhat hesitant. He didn't want his senior apprentice brother to know about his talent in controlling wood. He didn't want his senior apprentice brother to look at him differently. His master knew about his talent because he had his own reasons. However, his master had told Mu Yu not to let others know about this ability. This naturally included his fellow apprentices. Enter the trees. Chengyang lowered his voice. He knew. He actually knew about Mu Yu's ability. Senior apprentice brother, you, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Chengyang said. Mu Yu was startled. He did not understand what was going on. How did his senior apprentice brother know about his ability? But the numbness in his body was getting stronger. He no longer hesitated and struggled to enter the tree trunk. His body quickly merged with the tree trunk. He heaved a sigh of relief and slowly left the poison in his body in the tree trunk. After that, he fell out from another tree. Muyu gasped for breath. Even though the poison in his body had been detoxified, he had still used up a lot of spirit energy. It was still strenuous. He sat up. After a long time, he looked at Chengyang. Senior apprentice brother, you know everything? Muyu asked bitterly. Don't let there be a next time. Chengyan's voice was still hoarse. Senior apprentice brother, how did you know? There are many things that I know. You have to be careful with your ability. Chengyang did not plan to explain anything. He knew that Muyu had human's ability, but he was the same as his master. He chose to remain silent and did not pursue the matter. Maybe he knew something, but he would not say it. Senior apprentice brother, I'm sorry. It's my fault, master's matter, Qingmai's matter. I have been very troubled these past few days. I don't know what I should do. But I don't want anything to happen to you. Do you understand? Chengyan's voice returned to its usual calmness. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He slowly calmed himself down and did not continue speaking. The torment that he had endured these past few days had reached his limit. Someone wanted to harm his master. He did not know who that person was. And he liked a girl. That girl could bring danger to his master. As the eldest senior apprentice brother, he had no choice but to consider his master's safety. He could only heartlessly reject Qingmai. When he saw the miserable face spider scorpion waving his butcher's knife at Muyu that night, his heart turned cold. He was afraid that if he was late by even a breath, Muyu would have died. He hated himself for not having the ability to change these things. If his cultivation was higher, perhaps none of these things would have happened. He would not scold Muyu. Muyu's experience was very shallow. He was very curious about the world. Even if he did something, it was only because of impulse. He was the eldest senior apprentice brother. He had to maintain his calm at all times. His anger was reserved for outsiders and not his own senior apprentice brothers. Senior apprentice brother, I will not do this again. Muyu knew what Chengyang was thinking. He made Chengyang make a difficult choice between his master and Qingmai. This already made Chengyang feel very uncomfortable. What he did at night had undoubtedly added more trouble for Chengyang. Chengyang had always taken care of his junior apprentice brothers and sisters. He never complained and liked to take on everything himself. He felt that as the eldest senior apprentice brother, he had the responsibility to do so. Muyu understood that sometimes, he had to learn to take care of other people's feelings. This night was not peaceful. The people who were lost were all found by Chengyang one by one. They gathered in the air and landed in the forest, finding a relatively safe place. No one was in the mood to sleep. No one would have thought that something like this would happen for no reason. Why would the demon race appear here? It was rare for Hao Yingjun to not be mischievous. That night, he and Shuer met another miserable face spider scorpion. Fortunately, Chengyang had just left and returned quickly. He killed that miserable face spider scorpion and saved their lives. I'm not sure. Those two miserable face spider scorpions should be together. The one that attacked the two of you was female. Female miserable face spider scorpions like to eat male prey. At that time, it wanted to kill Shuer, then capture you and make you its dinner. Chengyang gave Hao Yingjun a meaningful look. Hao Yingjuan's body trembled. He was covered in fat and no girl would fancy him. However, his fat body was actually fancied by a female demon. He did not know if he should be happy or sad. Senior apprentice brother Chengyang, how do you know? Shuer asked curiously. Many cultivators only knew of humans' evil. They knew very little about the demon race. This was because the demon race had already disappeared 1,000 years ago. There were not many records left behind. Even the disciples of these large sects knew very little about them. The female miserable face spider scorpion only eats male prey and the male only eats female prey. They will kill unrelated prey and capture them alive. Therefore, It is very easy to identify them. Cheng Yang threw the branch in his hand into the fire. The branch crackled in the fire. That night, everyone's danger was resolved by him alone. If it was not for him, everyone would be in a precarious situation and would definitely be in trouble. Jiu Etian snorted, "You know quite a lot. You even hid it from us for so long. Since you are a cultivator from the Jindan period, why didn't you say so? What are your intentions?" "Did I say that my cultivation was in the foundation establishment stage?" Cheng Yang lightly replied. The others were stunned. Indeed, Cheng Yang had never mentioned his cultivation. In fact, because of his age, no one thought that Cheng Yang was a cultivator from the Jindan period. Adding on to the fact that Cheng Yang did not reveal himself and maintained his aura at the foundation establishment stage, no one suspected him. "Senior apprentice brother, don't say any more. Tonight, if it was not for senior apprentice brother Cheng Yang, I would have lost my life." Hong Yang blamed Jiu Etian for not understanding the situation. At this time, he was still so honest. Brother Cheng Yan's talent is probably not inferior to Bai Liang's. You apprentice brothers are really talents that have been buried. Hao Yingjun could not help but sigh. Who would have thought that the falling dust sect that used to be at the bottom would produce such a talented disciple? One was Mu Yu, who only cultivated for 2 years and defeated all the disciples of the major sects. The other was Cheng Yang, who stepped into the Jindan period at the age of 20. This kind of terrifying talent was one of a kind. Hao Yingjun even began to suspect that the falling dust sect that was always at the bottom was secretly accumulating power to revive the sect. "Be careful and don't tell your father. Otherwise, he will slap you and tell you to stop joking around." Mu Yu thought of the Wu Yang Taoist who said they practiced crooked methods. He wondered how he gave birth to a fatty like Hao Yingjun. He did not inherit the Wu Yang Taoist stubbornness at all and spoke with a glib tongue. Hao Yingjun smiled awkwardly. There was no way he could hide this from the sect. He would definitely report it when he got back. However, he really did not know how to explain it to his father. His father had always said that the falling dust sect was a crooked sect. Even if he explained, he probably would not believe it. However, this was a matter for the future. There was no need to think too much about it for now. "We came here to look for human, but we accidentally found the yarrow. Plus, the animals in this forest have strange habits. I just feel like something is wrong. If human is here, then how can the yarrow coexist with human? Could it be that human silently allows the yarrow to exist?" Hao Yingjun rubbed his chin. Although he looked sloppy on the outside, his mind was not simple. Otherwise, his father would not have let him bring his sister out. "We only saw 2 demons. Perhaps these 2 demons were lucky enough to have gained sentience. However, have you considered that if human and the yarrow are here, then this is not normal? If human interferes with the yarrow..." Mu Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. He and Cheng Yang looked at each other. Clearly, Cheng Yang knew what Mu Yu was thinking. If what you think is right, then doesn't that mean that human and the yarrow are planning to? Hao Yingjun was not stupid. He immediately thought of what Mu Yu was thinking. The others were not as quick-witted as the 3 of them. They did not understand what human and the yarrow's appearance meant. Shuer kicked her brother and asked in confusion, "What are you 3 talking about? You'll get sores if you don't tell us half the story. Let's explain it this way. The yarrow evolved from yarrow. Just like us humans who cultivate to become immortals, we need the guidance of our seniors to enter the cultivation world. Yarrow want to become yarrow, but they also need guidance to gain sentience. The yarrow disappeared thousands of years ago. All these years, we've only been at war with human. There are too few yarrow, so they can't get involved. This means that without the guidance of the yarrow themselves, it's very difficult for them to gain sentience." Mu Yu paused. He realized that the 3 of them still did not understand, so he continued. "Human and the yarrow are enemies. Human has always wanted to make a comeback and overthrow the humans, but he has never been a match for the humans. This time, they might be planning to work with the yarrow to fight against the humans. However, the yarrow are almost extinct. Human could be the yarrow's guide, guiding suitable yarrow to gain sentience and evolve into Yao. Perhaps Yumen found a way to control the yarrow that they helped to gain sentience. That's why the yarrow are coexisting with Yumen here. Simply put, we're guessing that Yumen is helping the yarrow expand their power so that they can fight against the humans together, Chengyang said, hitting the nail on the head. This explanation was much more straightforward. Everyone immediately understood. Yumen is colluding with the yarrow? That's a big deal. We have to quickly inform the sect. Shuai exclaimed. We're not even sure if Yumen is here. Moreover, this is just a guess. Maybe those two yarrow have nothing to do with Yumen. They just got lucky and gained sentience on their own. Mu Yu shook his head. They had not seen Yumen yet. They had only received news that Yumen was here. They could not jump to this conclusion just because they found two yarrow. It was too rash. Chapter 68. Mu Yu's group had been trekking in this deep forest for 5 days, and no one dared to let down their guard. They were used to the dead silence of the day, and the noisy environment of the night, and no one dared to deal with their personal matters. Yumen was still nowhere to be seen, and the demons did not see a single one, as they went deeper and deeper into the barren mountains. They did not know how big this forest was, and there were hardly any signs of human habitation. Not to mention that mortals would not come here, even cultivators would not set foot here, thus the journey was very difficult, and sometimes they had no choice but to fly to search for humans' tracks. But because of the crisscrossing trees, flying in the forest was very troublesome. With so many of us here, even ghosts would know to hide, let alone the Yu Meng demon clan. I'm afraid we won't be able to find the Yu Meng demon clan this time. Hao Yingjun rubbed his thigh and complained, I feel like I've lost a few kilograms. Isn't that better? Or else you won't be able to walk. Hong Yang said sarcastically. Little sister Hong Yang is right, from tomorrow onwards I will train my body, and strive to become thinner. Hao Yingjun laughed as he replied. Fatty, you said the same thing yesterday, you can lie with your eyes wide open without blinking. Mu Yu pushed aside a bramble and jumped over. Little brother Mu Yu, you can't say that, actually being fat has its benefits. The benefit of being fat is that, Aya, I'm stuck again, quickly pull me up. Hao Yingjun also wanted to jump over like Mu Yu, but the space between the two trees was too narrow, and could not fit his body. He was unable to jump over, and was stuck in the branches. The benefit is being stuck everywhere. Mu Yu pulled Hao Yingjun, but to no avail. Instead, Hong Yang directly kicked Hao Yingjuan's butt from behind, and kicked him over. Kicking is love, kicking is love, kicking is making us love each other. Hao Yingjun rubbed his butt, his eyes were filled with tears, but he did not forget to say a few words. Bam! A soft sound came from under the fatty's feet. He cursed with a face full of bad luck, damn it, I stepped on dog shit again. But the fat man suddenly stopped cursing. He raised his foot in surprise, looked around, and said, I think I stepped on this pile of dog shit on the first day we came here. What? Why is my luck always running into you? Mu Yu held back his laughter and walked over. He inadvertently looked at the pile of toys and was stunned. Fatty was right. There was a huge footprint on the pile of demon wolf feces, and Fatty stepped on it again. Those footprints were so big. Other than Fatty, no one else would have them. This is impossible. We've been walking for 5 days, and you're telling me that we're back to where we started. Shuai really wanted to take a look at those things, but when she remembered how disgusting those things were, she dismissed the idea. Maybe it really is. Mu Yu searched around and found the spider web. The spider web was already broken, but half of the insect's body was still hanging on the web. Mu Yu's heart sank. They did not even enter the depths of the forest. That can't be right. It's been 5 days, why isn't that pile of feces dry yet? Hong Yang pinched her nose and said, What's wrong with that? There are no insects here, and it's so damp. When I, Grandpa Fatty, have diarrhea. Shut up. Hong Yang kicked the fatty again. Mu Yu, did you not notice anything on the way here? Cheng Yang asked. Mu Yu shook his head. He knew what Cheng Yang was trying to say. Mu Yu was very sensitive to trees. If there were any abnormalities in the surrounding trees, he would have noticed it immediately. But Mu Yu did not notice any changes in the surrounding trees. After walking for 5 days, he did not notice anything wrong. This was not logical. Let's go. Let's go up and take a look. Cheng Yang stepped on his flying sword and flew towards the top of the tree. Soon, the vast forest appeared beneath his feet. The others followed and looked down at the deep forest. Looking forward, they could not see the end of it. Looking back, they could vaguely see the hidden Dragon Mountain. We're really going in circles. Cheng Yang brought everyone forward. After a while, they saw a small stream. They landed beside the stream and found the ashes from the fire that night. Ah! Did we walk for nothing for the past 5 days? Hao Yingjun jumped up unhappily. He had suffered a lot in the past 5 days. The tree branches loved to hit him and cut him all over. After walking in the forest for 5 days, they were told that they had been going in circles for the past 5 days. If it was anyone else, they would not be willing to believe it. Fatty always thought that they had gone deep into the forest. Perhaps they would see humans' nest soon. But in reality, they had not even seen the surface of the forest. This is a huge formation. We've been tricked, Mu Yu said in a low voice. Tricked by who? Cher asked. I'm afraid no one else can control such a large forest except for human wood. Mu Yu touched the trees beside him. However, the trees did not show any abnormalities. Human wood could control trees. This meant that they had been under his surveillance when they entered the forest. Only he had the ability to set up such a formation in the forest. Mu Yu did not know much about formations. His master had only mentioned a little to him. It was said that human was proficient in the 5 elements art of divination. Some of the formations that cultivators created were learned from human. For example, the formations that protected the mountains of various sects, the formations of the academies, and so on. The most classic formation was the heaven and earth sleeve that cultivators set up in their sleeves. It was the simplest formation that every cultivator knew. This formation also came from human. Jiyu Etienne suddenly turned his head to look at the forest behind him. His eyes flashed with vigilance and confusion. What's wrong? Mu Yu asked. Jiyu Etienne shook his head. I keep feeling like we're being watched. I'm more sensitive to people's stares than you are. But I don't see that person. Maybe it's just my imagination. Being watched. Everyone became nervous. Someone had been following them for the past few days. How could they not sense it? It was terrifying to think about. Everyone looked at each other. Then, they quietly studied the dense forest around them. They hoped to see where the leaves would suddenly move or where there would be a rustling sound. Unfortunately, there was nothing. There was no sneaky shadow either. Jiyu Etienne was an individual cultivator. He focused on the cultivation of his body's senses. Because of this, his senses were very sharp. He had always felt that someone was watching them not far away. However, he couldn't catch a trace of that person, so he thought he was being paranoid. Mu Yu didn't think so. Jiyu Etienne's senses couldn't be wrong. He also had a strange feeling, but it wasn't as strong as Jiyu Etienne's. In fact, Mu Yu had felt that something was wrong the moment he stepped into the forest. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. He didn't sense that he was being watched. However, a familiar aura filled the air as if it was calling out to him. However, he couldn't find the source. In other words, it's most likely that a certain human is following us. Cheng Yang said. It's definitely a wooden human. It's possible that a certain wooden human secretly turned back our path. Mu Yu leaned against the tree. He still couldn't sense anything abnormal within a radius of 20 meters. That Mu Yu Devil clan member might have been watching them from outside Mu Yu's perception range. After playing hide-and-seek with them for 5 days, was that Mu Yu Devil clan member just trying to stop them from going any deeper? Does that mean there really are human here? Cher covered her mouth. They hadn't dared to conclude that there was a human here because they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Everything was just speculation. Let's follow this stream and see. That way, we won't get lost. Cheng Yang flew above the stream and followed it upstream. The others hurriedly followed. They were here to find the human. If they flew above the forest, they might not have to take a detour, but this also meant that they might miss the human in the forest. The 6 of them didn't realize that when they were flying above the stream, a red signal flare appeared in the sky far behind them. The sound of the signal flare was loud and lingered in the sky for a long time, but it didn't reach the ears of Mu Yu and the rest. Because the trees were too dense and tall, no one noticed the signal flare. The signal flare stayed for 15 minutes before it finally disappeared. They didn't know if the other groups saw the signal and went to help, but Mu Yu and the rest didn't see it. The 6 of them flew very quickly. Because there was nothing above the stream, it didn't affect their speed. They didn't know where the source of the stream was, but they followed the stream into the forest. After flying for about 2 hours, Chengyang suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Fatty asked curiously. Following Chengyan's gaze, they saw a pile of ashes beside the stream. The ashes were the traces of the fire a few days ago. "Why is this stream so strange?" Hong Yang exclaimed. "I have always been paying attention to the stream's direction. The stream has always flowed down from the front. We went against the flow, but in the end, we still came back." Chengyan's face congealed. The stream's direction had never changed, but they flew back. It was too strange. "Water human," Mu Yu said softly. It wasn't only the wood human that caused them, there was also the water human. He was afraid that even the earth human was involved, but no one noticed it. "What do we do? Should we fly into the sky and fly deeper into the forest, then land back down?" Shuer suggested. "That's useless. When we are searching in the forest, we will most likely be circled out again." Mu Yu shook his head. If they couldn't find the human that was tailing them, then no matter how deep they went into the forest, they would still be circled out. "Hao Yingjun, give me the Sai Nan." Chengyang remembered that the fatty had a guide that he carried with him. This guide could point to the south. It was a great invention of the humans. "The Sai Nan will not work when it meets the gold human." Hao Yingjun passed the Sai Nan to Chengyang. "No, it will only affect the Sai Nan when a group of gold human gathers. 1 or 2 of them won't affect it. My cultivation is the highest, so I will use my spirit energy to protect it. The human will not be able to interfere," Chengyang said. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. As long as they kept pointing to the south, they would be able to determine the correct direction. Even if the human was in front controlling the path, they wouldn't have to worry. Chengyang flew into the sky and determined the general direction. He then landed. "When we came here, we were in the southeast. If we want to go deeper, we need to go northwest. This is the south. That means..." Chengyang turned around. That was the direction they came from. "We have to go back?" the fatty asked in shock. Chengyang nodded. "We have been misled by the surrounding trees. I went up to take a look. If we cross this stream, we will return to Mount Fulong. In fact, we have already unknowingly stood on the other side of the stream. However, we still don't think we have crossed the stream. Therefore, the correct path is the one everyone thinks we came from. Then how did this pile of ashes appear on the other side?" Hao Yingjun still didn't understand. "The ashes are caused by burning wood. The human has a way to disguise this pile of wood," Chengyang explained. "You're confusing me." Snow was a little confused because she had a poor sense of direction. "Follow me." Chapter 69. Why do I feel like we're going back? Isn't this path supposed to be straight? Why are we going that way? Are we really going the right way? Along the way, the 2 girls who had no sense of direction kept asking questions in confusion. Actually, they were not the only ones. The others were also confused. They felt like they were going in a straight line, but as they walked, Chengyang told them to turn. Mu Yu explained on behalf of Chengyang, "We need something to determine our direction when we walk. In this forest, we can only see trees, and these trees have many subtle differences. We thought we were going in a straight line, but in reality, we've already turned." As he walked, he touched the trees that they passed by. At first, he did not notice anything strange about the trees, But now, every time he walked past a tree, he would run his hand across the trunk. Cheng Yang was going in the right direction. These trees seemed to be able to move silently, and they would mysteriously lead them astray. If not for Sai Nan, they would have circled back to where they started. Human was proficient in the 5 elements formation and the art of divination. When humans entered their main battlefield, it was too difficult to walk out on foot. The only way was to fly, and flying meant that they would not be able to find humans' trail in this forest. It was no wonder that human had fought with humans for so long, and they were never truly wiped out. On their battlefield, it was very difficult for humans to completely wipe them out. Wait a minute, I smell death. Mu Yu suddenly stopped. He sniffed, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. It was a very strange feeling, and he could not even describe it. He would have this feeling whenever a demon or a human died, but it was not as strong as before. What do you mean by dead and alive? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone stopped and stared at him strangely. No one knew what Mu Yu meant by the death aura. Mu Yu did not know either. He only knew that the living had vitality, and the so-called death would wrap around the dead. This kind of aura could not be explained by smell. It was a sensitivity to life. Something must have happened around here. This way. Mu Yu walked to the right and crossed over a pit. He pushed aside the branches blocking the way and went around a few large trees. A large locust tree appeared in front of them. This large locust tree had luxuriant branches and leaves. It covered the sky and covered the sun, shrouding the surroundings in a somewhat gloomy manner. Only the mottled sunlight sprinkled on the ground, making it seem dusky. The branches of the locust tree were very thick, which was different from the ones they usually saw. It would probably take 10 people holding hands to hug it. No one had ever seen such a thick locust tree, including Mu Yu, who was most familiar with plants. What a strong smell of blood. Jiu Etien's eyes flashed with a strange light. The smell of blood. Hearing these 3 words, the others immediately became cautious. Everyone hurriedly looked around, but they didn't see any bloodstains. There weren't even any signs of a fight. Why can't I smell anything? Hong Yang took a deep breath, but did not smell any blood. You haven't experienced much killing, nor have you seen true slaughter. You won't understand the smell of blood. Jiu Etien slowly approached the gigantic locust tree and stared at it. The smell of blood was coming from this tree. Mu Yu was standing in front of the big tree at this moment. His hand slowly touched the big pagoda tree. Just as his consciousness sank into the big pagoda tree, his face suddenly changed. He quickly let go of his hand and looked at the big pagoda tree in horror. What's wrong? Hao Yingjun asked curiously. From his point of view, other than the big locust tree's tall appearance and thick branches, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. He could not smell the smell of blood that Jiu Etien had mentioned. No, nothing. How could it be nothing? Mu Yu's breathing became hurried. The moment his palm touched the locust tree, he saw a scene that frightened him. No matter who it was, without any warning, seeing what Mu Yu saw, they would be scared out of their wit. There was a person inside the tree. A dead man. It was a cultivator. Mu Yu had seen him before, because he was one of the 40 people that came here. He had forgotten which sect this person came from, but this person was currently trapped in the branches of the locust tree. That person's eyes were wide open, as though they were about to pop out. His face was pale, his hands were tightly clutching his neck, his expression was extremely distorted, fear was written all over his face. His entire body seemed to be squeezed, curling up unnaturally, his entire body was covered in scarlet blood. It was a ghastly sight. The thick branches of the locust tree wrapped around him without leaving a single gap. It was as if this person was a piece of art, perfectly embedded in the tree. It was like creating a bronze statue, melting the copper and casting it into a mold. This person was a mold, and the locust tree seemed to have melted and wrapped around him, perfectly fitting him. Mu Yu slowly calmed himself down. When had he ever seen such a scene? The locust tree had swallowed that person and still maintained its original state. If he did not have the ability to control wood, he would not have been able to sense it. No human could do such a thing, only human could do it. And Mu Yu himself. But how could Mu Yu dare to say what he saw? If he said it, he would have to explain to others how he knew that there was a dead person inside the locust tree. He originally had an unclear relationship with human, and now he could not explain it. The death Chi you spoke of came from this locust tree. The smell of blood I smelled also came from this locust tree. Jiu Etian said from the side. Why would a tree have the smell of blood? Shuer walked over in confusion, sizing up the locust tree. She did not sense anything strange, and even boldly reached out her hand to touch the tree. Hao Yingjun pulled out his flying sword with a quang sound. Then should we cut it down and take a closer look? This tree is so big, who knows how many 100 years it has been growing, it would be a pity to cut it down. Hongyang said. Senior brother, what do you think? Mu Yu tried his best to remain calm. Chengyang looked at Mu Yu's gaze. He had known Mu Yu for a long time, and knew what each other's words and actions meant. He knew that Mu Yu had the ability to merge with trees, and Mu Yu's reaction meant that there was something strange about the tree, but because of his ability to control wood, Mu Yu did not say it out loud. As for what it was that caused Mu Yu to have such a big reaction, he did not know. Since Jiu Etian said that this tree has the smell of blood, then let's cut it down and take a look. Chengyang could not directly ask Mu Yu. He and Mu Yu had been together for 2 years, and naturally knew what Mu Yu meant. Mu Yu hoped that everyone would cut down the tree, and let others know what was wrong with the tree. Don't cut it in half, this tree is so big, it is not a good thing to cut it down, slowly peel off the bark. Mu Yu said to Chengyang. Chengyang nodded his head, understanding tacitly. The flying sword in his hand was already flying towards the locust tree, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat. During the Jindan period, Chengyan's sword was extremely powerful, even though the locust tree's bark was tough, but under Chengyan's sword, it was like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. Everyone held their breaths as they watched Chengyang carefully cut open the tree's bark, piece by piece. Everyone was very nervous, afraid that a monster would suddenly appear from the trunk. There were more and more wood shavings on the ground, and Chengyang did not dare to cut too much at once. Slowly, he cut through nearly a third of the thick trunk. Wait. Mu Yu felt that something was wrong. The person he saw just now was just outside the trunk, and was not buried so deeply. According to Chengyan's degree of cutting, that person should have already appeared. What's wrong? Chengyang stopped. Mu Yu composed himself, walked forward, and touched the locust tree again. Then, he took a deep breath, and his divine sense entered the locust tree, and then he was stunned again. That person had actually disappeared. Did he see a ghost in broad daylight? Mu Yu was shocked, but still felt that something was wrong. His divine sense involuntarily moved towards the top of the locust tree, and he finally felt that something was wrong. That person had not disappeared, he had actually moved to the top of the locust tree trunk. No, there was not only that person in the locust tree, there was also a moving creature, and that was, above. Chengyang suddenly shouted. Another flying sword appeared in his hand, and with a sudden stab, the flying sword rushed towards the locust tree's horizontal branch. When Chengyang stabbed the branch, a green shadow flashed out from the horizontal branch, and with incomparable speed, crashed into another tree, and disappeared again. Everyone's attention was focused on Chengyang, and when Chengyang stabbed out with his flying sword, everyone was also looking at Chengyan's flying sword. Although the green shadow was very fast, everyone was a cultivator, and in an instant, they saw its face clearly. It was a green creature, and its skin was somewhat rough, like the uneven bark of a tree. The roots of the tree coiled around with long whiskers formed hands and feet, and there were tender leaves growing on some parts of its body. Its eyes were a ball of green mist, and it looked particularly strange. That's the human. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they had seen human. Although they had often heard their elders talk about human's hateful face, in the end, that was only a description, and it was not as real as seeing it with their own eyes. At this moment, a figure jumped out from the trees and revealed its face in front of the cultivators. Almost without thinking, everyone was immediately sure that it was the target of their trip. Chase. Jiu Etian's words woke everyone up, and they hurriedly stepped onto their flying swords. Don't chase. Chengyang stopped Jiu Etian. This is a forest, how can we catch up to it? Yuman had already disappeared, and everyone looked at each other, understanding that Chengyang was right. However, they were still somewhat unwilling, because this human had escaped right under their noses. Mu Yu did not move. He stared blankly at the branch Yuman had just jumped out from, and Chengyan's flying sword was now stuck there. Shui followed Mu Yu's gaze and also looked at the branch. Her face suddenly turned pale, and there was no trace of blood. Ah! Shui's scream resounded through the forest, echoing for a long time. Mu Yu was on the branch that the demons had jumped out from. At this moment, half of a human figure was revealed from the branch. His upper body was exposed to everyone's vision, drooping weakly. His lower body, however, had merged with the locust tree and was still buried in it. It looked like he wanted to crawl out of the locust tree, but he only managed to crawl his upper body out before stopping. Yuman wanted to take the person out of the locust tree, but Chengyan's sword was too fast. Yuman chose to give up after pulling the person out of the tree, and ran away alone. Chapter 70. The old forest of Fulong Mountain was still deathly silent, not a single bird could be seen during the day, and there were no sounds of beasts or insects, only pure silence. There were young cultivators scattered around the forest. They came here to find Yuman's whereabouts, but they did not expect that someone had already stopped breathing forever. Maybe it was not just one person, but no one could be sure. Shui and Hong Yang were squatting at the side, their faces were extremely pale. Hao Yingjun was there to comfort them. Shui sobbed as her body trembled. She had never seen such a way of dying. That person's eyes were ghastly, as if he wanted to take her life. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to live. That kind of miserable scene lingered in her mind. Chengyang had already dug out the person from the locust tree, and laid him flat on the ground. This feeling was very strange. If a person was buried in the ground, no one would be surprised, but to be buried in a tree, this feeling was very strange. The person's body was curled up, his 4 limbs were hanging down unnaturally, all the joints were broken. It was as if he had experienced great pain before he died. Mu Yu used his sword to pick off the wood shavings on his body. Many of the wood shavings had already fused deeply with the flesh. Mu Yu did not have the heart to clean up the wood shavings. He had the ability to do so, but in front of these people, he could not do it. A disciple of the space-seizing sect. His name is Yin Zhengxiang. I have fought with him before. Jiu Yi Tian's expression did not change. It was always so calm, as if the corpse in front of him was no different from a living person. He had seen death more than anyone else. For the sake of tempering his body, he went deep into the demonic beast forest, fighting against strong demonic beasts, and almost lost his life many times. To him, death was only a hurdle on his path to becoming stronger. Chengyang lifted up Yin Zhengxiang's sleeve, and broke his heaven and earth sleeve formation. Spirit stones and a flying sword were scattered on the ground. There were also a few other items, only the thing that Chengyang was looking for was not there. The signal spark is gone. He must have sent out a signal to inform everyone that there's human here. Unfortunately, no one saw it, including us, Chengyang said in a low voice. He wrapped Yin Zhengxiang's belongings in a cloth again and put it back into Yin Zhengxiang's arms. Since he was already dead, it would be unkind to search his belongings. However, Chengyang had no choice but to do so. They wanted to confirm if Yin Zhengxiang had sent out a distress signal before he died. It was obvious that he had used a signal spark, but Mu Yu and the others did not see it. The trees in this forest are too tall. It's hard for us to see the signal sparks in the air unless we fly up. Mu Yu shook his head. In fact, he also had doubts in his heart. The signal spark had sound, but they didn't hear it. Before they came here, the elders didn't really believe the hunter's words. They didn't think it was possible for human to appear, which was why they allowed the juniors in the Foundation establishment realm to check it out. They thought it was just a chance for them to train in the wild. They didn't expect someone to die, and a young soul would be buried alive. Everyone's hearts were heavy, not only because someone had died here, but also because they had confirmed human's existence. Human's reappearance had broken the peace of the human world for so many years. The unavoidable war between humans and human was about to reignite. The most surprising thing was that Mu Yu and the others had discovered traces of the monster race in the territory of the Yu Meng demon clan. If Mu Yu and the others were right about the relationship between the demon beasts and human, that was the most worrying thing. Let's bury him, Jiu Etian said. Human killed Yin Zhengxiang and wanted to keep him in the locust tree forever. I think he's already tired of this forest, and I'm afraid he won't be willing to stay here any longer. Mu Yu looked at Yin Zhengxiang's eyes, which were still open in death, and sighed heavily. Dying in this dark forest, trapped in Human's tree, his soul would never be able to rest in peace. I wonder where the others in Yin Zhengxiang's group went. Are they looking for him right now? Cheng Yang stood up and looked at the three people squatting by the side. His gaze landed on Shui and Hong Yang. There were 2 weak girls on this trip, and Human had already set his eyes on his group. If he wanted to make a move, his first target would be these 2 girls. The forest was still deathly silent, and there wasn't even any wind. The surroundings were filled with the smell of blood, making them feel uncomfortable. Were the other groups also being targeted by Human? Let's leave this place. Human has already been confirmed to be here, and our mission is complete. If we want to find Human's nest, with our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything. Let's go back and let the elders decide. The moment he saw Human appear, Cheng Yang knew that there was no need for them to stay any longer. They were only here to confirm the existence of Human, and not to fight with Human. Furthermore, with their strength, they could not do it. No one had any objections. Shui and Hong Yang were both eager to leave this place. They had been frightened for the past few days, and Hong Yang was almost killed by the spirit demon clan. Now that they had seen such a cruel scene, their emotions were unimaginable. They did not have much experience, and would need a long time to digest everything that had happened. Cheng Yang waved his sleeves, and used his spirit energy to lift Yin Zhengxiang's body up. He stepped onto his flying sword, and the rest stood up as well. Riding on their treasures, they soared into the sky. The blue sky returned to their eyes, the air was no longer filled with the rotting smell of the trees, and the atmosphere was no longer oppressive. Everyone's mood was much better, and all of them stretched their bodies, calming themselves down. But when they looked into the vast and boundless forest, they were all startled. North, south, east, west, in all directions, they actually saw 5 signal flares. The 5 signal flares exploded one after another, and the sound traveled far. But when they were in the forest, they did not hear the sound of Yin Zhengxiang releasing the signal flares. Tilda, what's going on? Tilda, the 5 signal flares were far away from them, and even if they flew over, they would need to spend a lot of time. In the air, they did not see anyone else flying with them. If they had met with danger or saw Human, they should have immediately flown into the air, but why did they not see anyone else in the air? This is bad. Could it be that Humans suddenly launched an attack on them? Cheng Yan's face changed. Everyone else's heart sank, and they looked at each other, not daring to make a conclusion. There were a total of 7 teams, and now that there were 5 signal flares, it meant that other than them and another team, the other 5 teams had either seen Human or were fighting with Human. What do we do now? Hao Yingjun looked at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yan's words carried the most weight, and everyone listened to Cheng Yan's decision. All of you, take Yin Zhengxiang's body and leave this place. I'll go check it out. Cheng Yang made a prompt decision. The 5 teams had all seen Human at the same time, and had released signal flares. They must have already started fighting with Human, and needed backup. Moreover, if they were to fight against the Yu Meng demon clan with their foundation establishment cultivation, their chances of winning were very low, not to mention that there were 2 girls with low cultivation and a corpse. Therefore, Cheng Yang let them leave. No, I'll go with you. Hao Yingjun shook his head. It was rare that he did not want to run away at a time like this. Jiu Yi Tian snorted. He was not a coward, and would not leave. We also have to help. Shui and Hong Yang said at the same time. Only Mu Yu did not say anything. Human has an absolute advantage in this forest, and you guys who are in the foundation establishment stage will not be able to gain any advantage. I have already prepared for the worst. If something happens to the others, I have to make sure that someone will bring this news back. Your mission is to leave this place as soon as possible, and go to Chingsong School or your respective sects to ask for reinforcements. Ask all the seniors of the Jindan period to come, otherwise if something happens to all of us, the problem will be serious. Cheng Yan's voice was very firm. This was not the time to be a hero, but he was in the Jindan period, and he could not just leave. Cheng Yang looked at the distant signal flares that were slowly fading, and his heart was very anxious. He did not know how the others were doing, and if they could hold on. Then let Shui and Hong Yang go back. We will also go and see if we can help. Hao Yingjun said. Their cultivation is too low. What if they are intercepted by human halfway? The three of you will protect Shui and Hong Yang as they leave this place safely. If you want to come back, then come back. In short, you have to make sure that someone will bring the news back. Cheng Yang handed over Yin Zhengxiang's body to Hao Yingjun. Hao Yingjun frowned, but still used his spiritual energy to receive it. Hao Yingjun and Jiu Yitian did not speak. Shui and Hong Yang's relationship with them was not ordinary, and their safety was not a joke. Cheng Yan's words were reasonable. At least they needed someone to spread the news, and they could not find an excuse to refute. Senior, I will go with you. After a long silence, Mu Yu finally spoke. His tone was very calm. This forest was his battlefield, and he had no reason not to go. He looked at Cheng Yang, and Cheng Yang looked back at him. Cheng Yang did not reject Mu Yu this time. With Mu Yu's ability, he might be able to help in this forest, and even if he could not, protecting himself would not be a problem. As long as he did not walk into a cave without plants that night, it would be fine. Mu Yu, come with me. The rest of you remember to fly higher. Humans fire human can also fly. Be careful of their attack. Cheng Yang nodded at Mu Yu, and then flew towards the signal flares in the deepest part of the forest. Mu Yu also tried his best to follow. The rest did not hesitate, and flew towards the direction of Mount Fu Long. I know you have the ability to control wood. You do not need to fight with human. You only need to secretly control the trees to help the others, and let them fly. Cheng Yang instructed. He used his spiritual energy to support Mu Yu, so that Mu Yu could fly faster. I understand. Chapter 71. Senior brother, what should we do? We can't escape. A young man was flying through the forest in a panic. His face was pale and filled with fear. He couldn't help but look behind him. Between the crisscrossing branches, he could vaguely see a few shadows jumping about. This young man was Sai Anming from the Celestial Sect. Beside him was his senior brother, Zhao Yunyang. Both of them were wounded and their breaths were disordered. Don't panic. We must hold on until the others arrive. Zhao Yunyang comforted him. In fact, he was desperate. The signal flare given by the Chingsong School was useless in this forest. Everyone was in the woods. When they looked up, they would see the leaves covering the sky. Who could see them? Sai Anming was about to cry. He was so young. This time, he followed his senior brother to see the world. They didn't believe that there was a human in this forest. They came here to relax. Even if there was danger, there were so many powerful companions. Even if human appeared, they couldn't do anything to them. However, things didn't go as they wished. They were attacked and the others in their team were trapped and missing. Human, die. A gloomy shadow rushed out from the front. The shadow had 4 limbs and sharp claws, but it had a pair of black wings on its back. There were also barbs on the feathers of the wings. On top of its body was the head of a tiger, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth that shone with cold light. It was not a human, but a winged tiger, a demon. Senior brother, be careful. Sai Anming cried in horror. A sharp blade popped out of the winged tiger's hands. With a flash of cold light, it was aimed at Zhao Yunyang's heart. Zhao Yunyang had just turned his head when he was met with the ferocious eyes of a tiger. He felt a pain in his chest and felt that the blood in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. Then, his consciousness gradually dissipated. He only felt that blood was gushing out from his chest. His limbs were bent and his head was tilted down. He had stopped breathing. Senior brother, Sai Anming was stunned. Zhao Yunyang, who had been perfectly fine a moment ago, had his body pierced by the sharp claws of the winged-toothed tiger. Zhao Yunyang's entire body was hanging from its arm. The winged-toothed tiger was still holding Zhao Yunyang's beating heart. The winged tiger slowly withdrew its sharp claws. Zhao Yunyang's body fell down like a puppet and was stuck between the branches. His eyes were wide open. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. The heart is delicious. The winged-toothed tiger swallowed its beating heart. Blood flowed out from between its teeth and dyed its fur red. The fresh blood filled its eyes with fanaticism. It flicked its sharp blade again and leaped towards Sai Anming. Was he going to die? Sai Anming closed his eyes. He didn't want to run anymore. These demons were all stronger than him, and there were a lot of them. It was impossible for him to get out. It's good that he's dead. He won't have to run away in fear anymore. He didn't feel anything at all. Was this death? Sai Anming sighed. It turned out that death was such an easy thing. Without feeling any pain, the world fell into darkness. But why were the wounds on his body still aching faintly? Fly away from this place on your sword. A voice woke Sai Anming up. He stared blankly for a moment before opening his eyes. He saw a person who was about the same age as him, but looked so mature and steady. He remembered seeing this person before, but he didn't know which sect he came from. He also didn't know who his name was. You are? Sai Anming stared blankly at this person. He didn't die. He really didn't die. Someone came to save him. Chengyan's gaze passed him and looked at the forest behind Sai Anming. There were still countless waves of spiritual energy spreading out. There were still people going through a bitter struggle there. He didn't have time to answer Sai Anming's question. His figure turned and disappeared. The winged-toothed tiger's body was split in half and hung on the treetops. It didn't understand why it died so mysteriously. It didn't even know who attacked it. Quickly fly up. A youth appeared in front of Sai Anming. He recognized this youth. He was the one who defeated Qingsong School's most famous disciple, Little Tiger. Who wouldn't recognize him? We can't fly up. The trees here seem to be under a spell. They grow as high as we fly. We can't get out anymore. Sai Anming shook his head dejectedly. Mu Yu frowned. He didn't think of this when he landed. Some kind of spell was cast on the trees. No wonder these people kept running through the forest. They released signal sparks, but no one flew into the sky to escape. Mu Yu placed his hand on the tree trunk and sank his consciousness into the tree. A strange power came from the tree trunk. It was so majestic. He didn't know where it came from, but it made his heart palpitate. Mu Yu raised his head and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He flew into the sky, but the canopy of the tree immediately followed his height. He flew for a while, but found that there were still leaves above him. They were indeed trapped. Could it be that they could only land in this forest and couldn't fly out? But why were they able to fly out just now? If human or the demon race attacked the humans at the same time, why did they let them go alone? I'm going to help the others. You be careful. Mu Yu heard the sounds of fighting in front of him. He stopped thinking about this matter and moved forward in a flash. The branches were bent in all directions and the leaves were stained with blood. But not a single tree was cut down. This was very illogical. For a foundation establishment stage cultivator, it was easy for a flying sword to cut a tree. But the tree trunks here were intact. It was extremely strange. In front of him, 3 people were surrounded by 5 demons. The 5 demons didn't completely transform into their human forms. They had different heads. These were all very common demons, including red wolves, tigers, lions, and black monkeys. These demons were already very strong when they were demons. Now, they seemed to have reached a higher level. If Chengyang hadn't arrived in time, the 3 people would have died. The abnormality of the trees must have been secretly controlled by human. But Mu Yu didn't see any human, only ferocious demons. These demons were like killing machines. They fought with their lives on the line when fighting against cultivators. Their sharp claws could leave deep scars on humans, but humans' flying swords couldn't hurt them. Chengyan's flying swords were not on the same level as others. He controlled 5 flying swords at the same time. In less than 15 minutes, all the demons were cut down. These demons were evolved from second-level demons. They couldn't fight back in the Jindan period. However, more and more roars came from the forest. Then, many insects, wild beasts, demonic beasts, and demons swept over like a tide. These animals that had disappeared during the day suddenly all appeared here. They seemed to be controlled by something and rushed over crazily. Cheng Yang's expression changed. With a wave of his sword qi, he sliced a few demon wolves in half. Then, he shattered the insects that swarmed over and repelled another wave of demon beasts. However, even more demon beasts came one after another. Moreover, from the sound of their running, there seemed to be no end to them. Go! Cheng Yang shouted. Although these demons weren't a threat to him, there were too many of them. There were also 3 people who were seriously injured behind him. He couldn't continue fighting and quickly retreated with the others. Mu Yu blended in with the trees and didn't retreat with the others. He looked fearfully at the demons and wild beasts that ran past him. If it was a normal time, he could kill a large number of them with one sword. But there were so many of them that he couldn't kill them all. Other than running for his life, there was no other way. Mu Yu hid in the trees. He could move freely. He even found that he could fly out of the forest and not be affected by the strange formation. But he couldn't help the others because he didn't have the time to help others. He found a wooden human. The wooden human was hiding in a tree not far from him, secretly watching everything. Just as Mu Yu found him, he also found Mu Yu. He seemed to be shocked. He didn't expect that a human could blend into the trees. And he just happened to see him. The moment the wooden human was discovered, it was only stunned for a moment. Then, it immediately turned around and ran away. How could Mu Yu let it go? The wooden human was probably the source of the control of the beast tide. If he wanted to stop the crazy beast tide, he had to start with the wooden human. He didn't hesitate to follow. His speed in the forest wasn't any slower than the wooden human. When Mu Yu blended into the trees, his body became a part of the tree. So when the leaves of 2 trees came into contact with each other, he could quickly move to the other tree. In the trees, he could clearly see the situation around him. The human moved in the same way. This was also the reason why the others couldn't see the human. Mu Yu chased after the human for almost 2 hours. The wooden human realized that it couldn't escape after being locked on by Mu Yu. It simply stopped running. It left the tree and stood on the treetops. Mu Yu also came out and looked at the green human. You're not a human. You're a human. This was the first time Mu Yu heard the human speak. It was quite novel. The human's voice was full of vitality and vitality. It was as if it brought hope. It didn't match its strange appearance at all. Mu Yu looked around. He was still surrounded by lush trees. He didn't know where he was. He had chased after the human for so long. He was probably very far away from the others. You're not a human. You're a human. The human spoke again. Its words were contradictory. It was likely that even it wasn't sure. What are you? The human asked curiously. Why do you care what I am? Let me ask you. Are you the one who controlled the beast tide? Mu Yu couldn't answer the human's question. He didn't know what he was either. He had the appearance of a human and the power of a human. He could even control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that a human couldn't. Who could explain this? Humans shouldn't be here. The human's eyes were covered in a layer of green mist. It floated slowly and looked very strange. Humans shouldn't be here either. Mu Yu replied. This is our territory. Why not? The human looked at Mu Yu from head to toe. It was trying to figure out something from Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't know how to refute the human's words. Humans had destroyed the human, but they still kept the fire alive. They were secretly resting here. As for whether the human should be destroyed, Mu Yu didn't understand. He didn't want the humans and human to continue fighting. Undo the formation in this forest and we'll leave immediately. Mu Yu said. No one can leave here, including you. The corner of Mu Yumeng's mouth curled into a smile. He waved his hands, and the trees around Mu Yu began to grow rapidly. Tendrils shot out and wrapped around Mu Yu. Chapter 72. The tree next to him seemed to come alive. Its branches whizzed over. Mu Yu lowered his head and merged with the tree. The two trees next to him were motionless. Mu Yu took over the control of these two trees. Unlike the human, Mu Yu had to be in contact with the trees in order to control them. However, the human had a natural connection with the trees, so it didn't seem like it needed to touch them to control them. The disorderly branches violently streaked through the air, emitting explosive sounds. Mu Yu controlled the two trees beside him to block the branches that whipped towards him. At the same time, he attacked the human. Using the branches to whip me around, it's like playing house. How boring. Mu Yu charged towards the human. The shadow clone sword in his hand was nimble and flexible, aiming straight for the human's heart. The human jumped high into the air and pulled away from Mu Yu. Its hands moved continuously as sharp branches extended from its arms and collided with Mu Yu's flying sword. A loud explosion sounded as violent spiritual energy shot out in all directions. The two of them were forced to retreat. The human's arms were so tough that Mu Yu couldn't even scratch its skin. It was truly terrifying. Mu Yu didn't stop. His footsteps were light as he charged forward once again. The sword in his hand surged as he charged forward. Mu Yumeng shouted softly. Suddenly, green branches and leaves bloomed from his body. Then, those branches and leaves all fell off and scattered in all directions. Then, like darts, they shot towards Mu Yu from all directions. Mu Yu was shocked. If this hit him, he would definitely turn into a porcupine. Falling shadow vanishing. The eighth move of the Luo Chen sword technique, falling shadow vanishing. 10,000 shadows converged into one, leaving no shadow behind. The dense leaves filled the sky as they whistled through the air. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword had already split into two and was evolving the sword technique. The speed at which the two swords transformed became faster and faster, forming thousands of sword shadows. They erupted from Mu Yu's body and collided with the leaves. Whistling sounds rang out unceasingly as the leaves were pierced through and shattered. Without any offensive power, the leaves fell from the sky like dust. The powdery leaves were like a hazy fog. For a moment, Mu Yu was surrounded by the leaves. However, the two of them were experts in controlling trees. How could they be blinded by these leaves? A green sword light shot out from the broken leaves. Mu Yu brought a sword with him as he flew above the Mu Yumeng demon. A beam of sword chi slashed down from above. The Mu Yumeng demon did not expect this. His body tilted, and with a soft sound, his left arm was chopped off. I thought you had thick skin. Mu Yu felt that it was a pity. He had almost killed this human. He was always apprehensive about killing people. However, he didn't have any other thoughts about killing a human. This was because the human had killed a few disciples from other sects. You are stronger than the other humans. After the human's arm was chopped off, no blood flowed out. Mu Yu wasn't surprised. He suspected that the human's body was made of wood. The human grabbed onto a nearby tree. The tree lit up with green light and gathered towards the human's body. The wound on its left arm was wriggling. In the blink of an eye, an arm grew out. Fatty had said that the human had a strong life force and was hard to kill. If that was true, losing an arm wasn't a fatal injury to them. But you still can't beat me. The human moved its newly grown arm. Its body suddenly expanded. Thick wooden strips appeared out of thin air and flew at Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't know where these wooden strips came from, but he was sure that they didn't come from the surrounding trees. He wanted to fly up and avoid these wooden sticks, but a wooden stake fell on top of his head. He was forced to turn around, but the branches coming from all directions trapped him in a wooden cage in the blink of an eye. Mu Yu grabbed the cage and tried to control the wooden strips. However, a repulsive force bounced him away. He was shocked to find that he couldn't control the wooden strips. He quickly swung his shadow clone sword, but when the shadow clone sword slashed at the wooden strips, there was only a dull thud. The wooden strips were unharmed. Why were these wooden strips so strange? The human slowly approached Mu Yu. The wooden strips in the cage started to press down on Mu Yu. Soon, Mu Yu's arms were tightly bound by the surrounding branches, and he couldn't move. The wood control that he was so proud of was ineffective before these wooden strips. In terms of wood control, the human appeared to be much better than him. "This is my body. How can you control it?" Mu Yumeng lifted Mu Yu's chin. His voice was still full of vitality and joy, making it impossible for people to dislike him in the slightest. This was the first time Mu Yu had seen the human so closely. He saw the fine lines on the human's skin and the growth rings. He even smelled the unique scent of cedar on the human. Was this guy born from a cedar tree? "What do you want?" Mu Yu kept struggling, but the more he struggled, the tighter the wooden strips wrapped around him. He almost couldn't breathe. "Why do you have our abilities? Did humans nurture you? Are you a weapon that humans nurtured to deal with us human?" The human slowly asked. "A weapon that humans nurtured?" That wasn't a bad guess. Mu Yu didn't know who his parents were since he was young. If he was a weapon nurtured by humans, why would they let him run around so easily? Furthermore, he came to humans' territory with his cultivation level and fell into humans' hands so easily. What kind of secret weapon was this? Who said that only you would human can control trees? You human aren't the only ones who know how to use trees. We humans know how to grow crops too. Mu Yu stopped struggling. He was already trapped. He didn't expect to be captured in a moment of carelessness. The human smiled, revealing its white teeth. It actually had human teeth. This was a strange feeling. Grow crops. If it wasn't for us human, would you humans have crops? You don't know where human came from, do you? You don't know where humans came from either, do you? You humans are too arrogant. I'm afraid you've already forgotten where you came from, right? The human wasn't angry. It just looked at Mu Yu with disdain. Its misty eyes looked very scary. Where human came from? Where humans came from? Mu Yu was so busy every day. He didn't have time to think about where he came from and where he was going. His master didn't tell him this, so he didn't know. "I'm going to bring you back and let the tribe's old tree elder study you. He might parasitize your body to see the structure of your body." The human raised its hand and Mu Yu's body involuntarily rose into the air. "Hey, let's talk nicely. You don't have to parasitize me, right?" Mu Yu shuddered when he thought about the leaves coming out of his mouth and nostrils. However, he couldn't do anything about it. The fatty said that the human was the easiest to deal with. How was this easy to deal with? They entered the forest. If all the human came running, would these sect disciples have a chance to escape? Why did the beast tide suddenly retreat for no reason? Chengyang made everyone stop. There were only 4 people left in the group. Sai Anming was pulled away by Chengyang when they were retreating. Everyone was in a sorry state. They were injured quite badly and their spirits were low. "I'm not sure. These beasts and insects look like animals commonly seen in the forest. We didn't see any beasts when we came in the past few days. I didn't expect them to all be here," a curly-bearded man said. There was a deep scratch on his back. It was a bloody mess. Fortunately, his body was strong and he used his spirit energy to protect the wound. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving us. I'm Mo Xiong from the Colored Glass sect. May I know senior brother's name?" The curly-bearded man cupped his hands. Chengyang easily killed a few demons. There was no doubt that he was from the Jindan period. However, he was so young and should be very famous in the Jindan period. Why hadn't he heard of him before? Chengyang from the Falling Dust sect. Chengyang looked around. He didn't see Mu Yu's shadow. He didn't know where Mu Yu ran off to. However, as long as he was in the forest, he should be safe. There was nothing to worry about. A disciple of the Falling Dust sect. He was so young and he was already in the Jindan period. Everyone was stunned. "You're a disciple of the Falling Dust sect. You're from the same sect as Mu Yu who defeated Little Tiger?" Mo Xiong asked in shock. Everyone looked at each other in shock. A 15-year-old who reached the foundation establishment stage was already very heaven-defying in their eyes. However, the Falling Dust sect actually had a disciple who reached the Jindan period at the age of 20. Even Bai Liang didn't have this kind of talent in the entire cultivation world. Was the Falling Dust sect really as ridiculous as the legends said? How did you get attacked by the demons? Cheng Yang didn't care about the strange looks from the others. No one in this group was in the Jindan period, so they were relatively weak. Cheng Yang suddenly thought that Yuman didn't attack his group. Could it be that he was afraid of his cultivation during the Jindan period and didn't dare to attack? When he arrived, he saw 5 signal flares. There was one group that didn't have any abnormalities, so it should be Bai Liang's group without a doubt. However, the group led by Zhu Wenxing was also in the Jindan period. Why was their group attacked as well? We don't know. We haven't seen a single living thing in the past few days. However, a few demons suddenly jumped out and tore one of our group apart. We could only send out signal flares to call for help. Fortunately, senior brother Cheng Yang came in time. Mo Xiong's mouth was bitter. The person who was torn apart was his junior brother. At the time, he was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to charge forward and exterminate the demons, but unfortunately, he almost lost his life as well. Let's get out of here quickly. Let's try and see if we can fly out of this forest. The others are also in trouble. Cheng Yang took out his compass. He had to get these people out of here first to avoid another attack from the demon horde. Mu Yu didn't know how long he had been tied up by Yuman. He knew that they were deep in the forest and would soon reach Yuman's nest. In order to protect its nest from being discovered, Yuman secretly set up a formation to trap the intruders. Then, it sent out demons to kill them. It was a good plan. Are those demons under your control? Mu Yu asked. Yuman didn't answer Mu Yu's question. It didn't want the humans to know too much. Or are you under the control of those demons? Mu Yu asked again. Me. Those inferior races can control us? Don't be ridiculous. They wouldn't dare to resist whatever we ask them to do. Yuman felt insulted by Mu Yu's second question and immediately replied. Mu Yu also confirmed this problem. Yuman wanted to use the demons to deal with the humans. This plan was still unknown to the humans. Humans and Yuman were the same. They looked down on the demons and thought that they couldn't do much. However, if Yuman had a way to guide the demons to become demons, then they had to take it seriously. A familiar aura entered Mu Yu's mind. He was shocked. That feeling had appeared again. That night when he was chasing Hong Yang, he had discovered this aura. However, because he was heading in a different direction from Hong Yang, he had no choice but to give up. He didn't expect that Yuman would bring him here today. Are we almost there? A tree branch brushed past Mu Yu's face. Yuman brought Mu Yu through the forest. It didn't care that Mu Yu was being hit by all sorts of tree branches. Mu Yu wasn't worried because he was trapped. Yuman forgot one thing. Mu Yu could merge with the trees. When the tree branches brushed past his face, he would have used the branches to escape if he wanted to. However, he decided to take the risk and enter Yuman's nest. Once he found the nest, he would escape. This way, he could bring back more information. Why do I only see your Yuman? Where did the other Yuman go? Mu Yu stretched his neck and closed his eyes. A leaf brushed past his eyelids. The surrounding trees were no different from usual. However, he didn't see any other animals. He didn't know where they went. They might have gone to chase after Cheng Yang. With Cheng Yan's ability, Mu Yu wasn't worried. Yuman ignored Mu Yu's question. Is it because your Yuman is the weakest, so the other Yuman sent you here to catch us? Mu Yu asked. Pei, how can our Yuman be the weakest? They only dare to hide underground. They even ask us to protect them. Yuman spat. It always worked. Provocation was the most effective. But why do I feel like the Yuman has the least people? It's much less than the other Yuman. Nonsense. Our Yuman has been resting for so many years. We have the most people. The nearby Golden Yuman doesn't even have 1,000, but we have nearly 10,000. The number of Yuman had reached 10,000. It was considered small compared to humans, but compared to the number of cultivators, it was a lot, not to mention the human of other attributes. If there was a war with humans, the mortals wouldn't be able to help. Even the Foundation establishment stage cultivators wouldn't be able to fight against the human. The only ones who could really fight against the human were the Jindan period. However, even if there were 20 sects in the Jindan period, there would only be over 100 humans. Therefore, the humans in the Moryun mountain range were basically at a disadvantage. This human didn't have a high IQ. Muyu was able to get some important information out of it with just a few words. Muyu wondered if he should run away now and bring this information back. He stopped talking because the aura was getting stronger. What gave him a headache was that the branches around him suddenly disappeared and they came to an open space. Chapter 73. Muyu had just landed on the ground, and before she could even stabilize herself, she saw a few other Yu Meng devil race cultivators surrounding her with hostility in their eyes. "Shan, why did you bring a human back?" "Humans are not allowed to come here," a human questioned. He reached out his arm and pointed a sharp vine at Muyu's neck. "This human has our powers. He can also control trees. I suspect that he is a secret weapon of the humans. He is specifically used to deal with us, so I want Old Tree Leader to confirm it. We can kill him afterward," the human named Shan said. Muyu realized that the human looked different from human. For example, the color of their skin, the stripes on their skin, and the leaves on their bodies were different. The one who brought him here was called Shan. Muyu was right. The leaves on this guy's body were the leaves of the fir tree. "What? He can control trees," the human said in disbelief. "Yes. He was the one who found me hiding in the trees." "He is also hiding in the trees," Shan said. "Go and ask Old Tree Leader to come here," the human said. Old Tree Leader was not an ordinary person. Muyu was lying on the ground facing the sky. He did not know what was going on around him, but he was sure that this place was empty. There were no trees around. There was grass on the ground, but the grass seemed to be protected by some kind of power. Muyu tried to blend in, but he could not. But something was wrong. The aura that Muyu smelled was extremely close. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if something was calling out to him from there. This was impossible. What could be calling out to him? "Untie him," an old voice said slowly. An extremely old voice slowly came. This voice seemed to have traveled through millions of years. It was so ethereal, but it was also filled with vicissitudes of life. It was an indescribable feeling that caused people's spirits to be lifted. Yes. The wood on Muyu's body disappeared. He sat up and struggled to stretch his arms. After being tied up for so long, they were quite sore. It was a spacious grassland, and there were many similar humans standing around. Every human had their eyes on Muyu. Muyu felt a little embarrassed being stared at by so many human. He was already planning to escape, but there were too many human here. It would be difficult to escape. An old human devil clansman stood in front of Muyu. The reason why Muyu thought this human devil clansman was because this human devil clansman had long white eyebrows and a strange white beard. Unlike the other human devils, this human devil clansman had yellow leaves on his body. He was wearing clothes made of body leaves, unlike the other human devils who only covered their lower body with leaves. His skin was wrinkled, but it looked so harmonious. It did not give Muyu any discomfort. This was probably the old tree elder that the other human mentioned. "I hear you have the power of our wood human." The eyes of the old tree were not like the eyes of the other human demons, which were filled with green mist. Instead, they were pure human eyes. His weather-beaten eyes seemed to be able to see through the troubles of the world. It seemed that this old tree had lived for a very long time. What's so strange about that? Don't you know how to speak our human language? Muyu tried his best to make his ability to control would sound normal, like it was something very simple. "You're wrong. This language is not unique to humans." The old tree elder studied Muyu. "You're not a human. No, you're a human, but you have the presence of our wood human on you." This old man was just like Shan, contradicting himself. What presence? The presence of trees. Mu Yu was still sitting on the ground, looking up at the old tree elder. He felt that the old tree elder did not have any ill intentions compared to the other wood human. The old tree elder's voice was very strange, and Mu Yu did not feel any revulsion toward it. The old tree chief didn't say anything. Suddenly, he stretched out his arm. A vine came out of his sleeve and coiled around Mu Yu's arm. Then, a strange power was transmitted from the old tree chief's vine to Mu Yu. What are you doing? Mu Yu pulled the vine on his arm, not understanding what the old tree elder was doing. The old tree elder was surprised, but he nodded and said, I understand now, so that's how it is. What do you understand? The old tree elder let go of Mu Yu, and the vine returned to the old tree elder. I understand why you have the power of our wood human. The old tree elder smiled. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was a question that had troubled him for so many years, and the old tree elder knew the answer just by touching him. Why? Mu Yu asked anxiously. Although having this ability wouldn't harm him, it would still bring him trouble. He always thought that he had some kind of relationship with the Yumeng demon clan, but this old tree chief's behavior made him feel that he might really have some kind of relationship with the Yumeng demon clan. Come with me. The old tree elder turned around and hobbled away. Hey, Grandpa Human, make it clear. Where do you want me to go? Can't we talk here? Mu Yu shouted behind the old tree elder, but seeing that the old tree elder had no intention of stopping and the other wood human looking at him, he felt that it was inappropriate for him to continue sitting down. He quickly stood up and jogged a few steps to catch up. Grandpa Human, make it clear. What do you understand? Mu Yu caught up to the old tree elder and walked beside him, but a branch reached out and pulled him away. Don't get so close to the old tree elder, a wood human warned. Don't worry, he won't hurt me. The old tree elder smiled at Mu Yu. Who says I won't? I will if you let me go, Mu Yu said to the wood human that had tied him up. The wood human snorted, obviously worried about Mu Yu, but he did not go against the old tree elder's words. In the end, he released Mu Yu. Mu Yu patted his wrinkled clothes. Make it clear. I'm not a saint. We cultivators are against you human. Although respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue of mine, the premise is that it's based on human foundation. Don't be too full of yourself. The old tree elder laughed but did not say anything. After walking for a while, he stopped and looked ahead. Mu Yu followed the old tree elder's gaze and saw a lush body tree in front of him. This body tree elder had grown for God knows how many years. The crown of the tree covered the sky, and the trunk was thick and solid. Looking at it, 20 people would not be able to encircle it. This was the first time Mu Yu had seen such a huge tree. The body tree elder exuded an ancient aura, full of vicissitudes of life. Mu Yu had never felt its vigorous vitality before, and a unique aura pulsed around it. Yes. Mu Yu finally understood where the familiar aura came from when he entered the forest. The body tree elder in front of him was the source of the aura. The aura around the body tree elder was very pure at this moment. It was not a type of spiritual energy, but something like vitality. When Mu Yu saw it, it was like seeing an old friend that he had not seen for many years. Even his heart beat rhythmically with the aura. However, Mu Yu did not understand why he would feel a sense of familiarity with this unfamiliar body tree elder. He did not remember seeing this tree before. Mu Yu, you feel familiar with the body tree elder, don't you? The old tree elder placed his hand behind his back and asked kindly. How do you know my name? How do you know what I am familiar with? Mu Yu's gaze did not move away from the tree. He felt that this tree meant something to him. After he came here, the feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. It was this tree that was calling him over. The old tree elder walked over and stroked the body tree elder. The other human looked at the body tree elder with reverence. Their expressions were very solemn and respectful, as if this tree was their religion. They were so devout. Humans and human have been fighting for thousands of years, unable to coexist peacefully. There is an ancient legend. Do you want to hear it? The old tree elder purposely kept him in suspense. You will tell me even if I don't listen, right? Mu Yu curled his lips. According to the legend, 5 people will appear in this world. They are said to be humans, but in reality, they are not humans. However, the situation between humans and human will change because of the appearance of these 5 people. These 5 people are humans. They can cultivate, but they also have the ability of human. Their appearance will redefine the relationship between humans and human. The old tree elder looked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu had never heard of this legend. Was the old tree elder an old liar? I am more concerned about what you mean by redefining, the old tree elder said. Mu Yu curled his lips. What do you mean by redefining? Nonsense. If I were that powerful, why would I be captured by you? I didn't expect you to come here by accident. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. There is no way to verify this legend. I am not sure if it is true or not, but your appearance has made me believe it. The old tree elder stroked his beard. Only 30%. Even he himself didn't believe it. This old man was indeed an old liar. If one day, humans and human fight, which side will you be on? The old tree elder asked. Was this old man's brain muddled? Was there a need to ask this question? Do I need to answer? It is so obvious. I am a human. Tell me, whose side will I be on? Mu Yu wanted to leave this place more and more. The body tree kept calling him, wanting him to go over. However, how could Mu Yu go over? What if the body tree swallowed him and didn't spit him out? Then wouldn't he become the tree's nourishment? Humans will not allow you to exist. This is because the real cultivation world knows about this legend. Even those sects with a bit of history know about it. The old tree elder still had a smile on his face. The cultivation world knows about this legend. Everyone knows about it. Why don't I know about it? Mu Yu snorted. The cultivation world you are in now is not the real cultivation world, so it is normal that you don't know about it. Haven't you thought about why the strongest human in your current cultivation world is only the Jindan period? Haven't you heard that the real cultivation world is outside this mountain range? The old tree elder said. Mu Yu was stunned. He had indeed just found out that there was a cultivation world outside the Moyun mountain range a while ago. Not only did he know, but he also knew a girl from outside the mountain range, Tian Ran, who was looking for sword shadow and dust wind everywhere. In addition, the young man in red also came from outside the mountain range. The Jindan period is already very powerful. Although that was what he said, Mu Yu knew that cultivators from the Jindan period and above could do anything they wanted here. In the past, Mu Yu had never thought about things above the Jindan period until the appearance of the young man in red. His terrifying cultivation made Mu Yu understand the horror of those above the Golden Core realm. The Jindan period is very common in the real cultivation world. Only from the nascent soul realm onwards can one be considered an expert. Above the nascent soul realm, there are out-of-body, spirit severing stage, and integration stage. These cultivators are the mainstay of the cultivation world outside. The old tree elder's words surprised Mu Yu. Although Mu Yu could already accept that there was a nascent soul realm above the Golden Core realm, and he even knew that his master was an existence that people looked up to before, these words had a different meaning when they came out of the old tree elder's mouth. The old tree elder had been emphasizing the real cultivation world, which puzzled Mu Yu. You don't know that the Moyun mountain range we are in is actually a cage, right? The old tree elder slowly spat out these words. Chapter 74. That's right. The Moyun mountain range is a cage. Whether it's us human or you humans, we're all prisoners, the old tree leader said as he stroked his beard. Mu Yu laughed. Master human, if you want to be a prisoner yourself, don't drag us humans in. It's not you humans, but the humans outside the Moyun mountain range who treat you humans as prisoners, the old tree leader said. What do you mean? Mu Yu was puzzled. The old tree leader patted the body tree. The body tree moved slightly, and its branches and leaves shook as if it was stretching. Mu Yu hurriedly took a few steps back. This body tree was too strange. The old tree leader said, "It's been 96 years. We human and humans had a big battle. The humans won, and we human were almost wiped out. In the end, we had no choice but to escape into the Moyun mountain range. There are endless barren mountains here, and the cultivators didn't dare to chase too deep. They knew that places like the Moyun mountain range with many trees and mountains were our humans' world. The humans used a terrifying formation to trap this vast and boundless Moyun mountain range. Our human devil clan will never be able to leave the Moyun mountain range." Array formation? Aren't you human experts in array formations? How can you be trapped by our array formation? Muyu recalled what had happened in the forest just now. Human had used a strange method. Not only did it make everyone run in circles, but it also made them unable to fly out of the forest. Human was well versed in the 5 elements art of divination, and all the cultivators knew this very well. The old tree leader shook his head. "All the array formations came from us. Unfortunately, you humans also have a powerful array formation expert. He didn't use the 5 elements array, but the heaven and earth array. This array formation is called the immortal confinement prison. It was a very terrifying and powerful formation. With the cultivator's own cultivation as the eye of the formation, it trapped the entire Moyun mountain range. I have to say that the person from the third palace is indeed powerful. I'm afraid that his cultivation has already reached the pinnacle. He was able to defeat 5 of us human spirit lords by himself and then forcefully seal this mountain range. It's all to prevent us human from returning to the outside of the mountain range and fighting with the humans for the third continent." Immortal confinement prison. Muyu's eyes widened. He remembered these 3 words. On the night when Chingsong Taoist was threatened by the red-clothed youth, the red-clothed youth personally told Chingsong Taoist that it was impossible to reach the Yuanying realm in the immortal confining prison. At that time, he didn't know what the immortal confining prison was, so he didn't care. Now that these 3 words came out of old Tree Chang's mouth, he was sure that old Tree Chang's words about the immortal confining prison were not made up. At least, the words immortal confining prison did exist. However, was a single person that powerful? Although Mu hadn't traveled all over the Moyun mountain range, he knew how vast it was. His master had told him that if he wanted to fly to the end of the Moyun mountain range, he would need to fly for a month without eating or drinking with his cultivation during the Jindan period. Who could seal such a huge mountain range? Wasn't this too inconceivable? You're not trying to fool me, are you? What kind of place is the third continent? Muyu didn't understand why old Tree Chang was telling him these things. He was just kidnapped and used as a test subject. How did he become a storyteller? The third continent is what I call the real cultivation world, which is the place outside the Moyun mountain range. The highest cultivation of the people in the Moyun mountain range is only during the Jindan period. They are affected by the immortal confinement prison. The immortal confinement prison forcibly suppresses the spiritual energy of the entire mountain range, causing the cultivators here to not have enough spiritual energy to break through to the Yuanying realm. If their strength hasn't reached the Yuanying realm, humans can't leave the Moyun mountain range. Old Tree Chang sneered. He didn't know if he was mocking humans or resenting this heaven and earth array. According to what you said, why don't the cultivators outside help the humans here leave the Moyun mountain range? The more Muyu listened, the more puzzled he became. He suddenly thought that the people outside needed to reach the Yuanying realm to enter. Then, didn't Tian Rant's real cultivation also reach the Yuanying realm? She had followed the red-robed young man to the Moyun mountain range without being discovered. This was not something a Jindan period cultivator could do. Are you talking about the cultivation world under the rule of the third palace? There are more than a few million people in the Moyun mountain range. More than 90% of them are ordinary humans without cultivation. Do you think the third palace will spend so much effort to save all these people? The third palace won't be so kind. Other cultivators won't do such a thankless thing because there is only one way out of the immortal confinement prison, which is to pass through thousands of mountains where there are high-level demonic beasts. Cultivators won't do such a stupid thing to take millions of people through the nests of those demonic beasts. Old Tree Chang shook his head. Mu Yu felt a little depressed. He began to slowly believe Old Tree Chang's words because Qian Ran and the red-robed young man came from the outside world. Even his second senior brother, whom he had never met, had left the Moyun mountain range in a mysterious way. His master and Chengyang had also come here from the outside world. He didn't know what the twists and turns of this were, but he felt that Old Tree Chang should have no reason to lie to him since he was so patient to tell him these things. Mu Yu was silent for a long time before he said, "So these millions of humans can only be trapped in the Moyun mountain range forever? Why can't you go out from that path?" Old Tree Chang seemed to be a little tired from talking. He brought a wooden stool out of nowhere and sat down. He even kindly made one for Mu Yu. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment before he also sat down and listened to Old Tree Chang quietly. This immortal confinement prison is a formation. All formations have a boundary. The immortal confinement prison restricts us human, not you humans. You humans can enter and leave at will, but we can't cross the boundary. Not only that, I conservatively estimate that in another 10 years, the immortal confinement prison will exhaust all the spiritual energy in the Moyun mountain range. We human can't recover without spiritual energy, and cultivators can only be ordinary people without spiritual energy. Old Tree's tone carried a hint of ridicule. He was mocking the self-cultivators of the 3 continents for ignoring the self-cultivators of the Moyun mountain range. Those people from the 3 palaces are even willing to sacrifice their own race in order to destroy our human devil clan forever. They are truly heartless. I can tell you that if there is no spiritual energy in heaven and earth, mortals can't live, but we human can. Mu Yu was a little angry. If these things were true, then the cultivators of the outside world were too much. Why did the cultivators of the Moyun mountain range unknowingly become sacrifices? What right did the 3rd palace have to abandon these people in the immortal confinement prison? These people obviously didn't need to be sacrificed. As long as the cultivators of the outside world wanted to, they could spare no effort to save the humans of the Moyun mountain range. But they didn't choose to do so. The cultivators of the Moyun mountain range are still in the dark. They don't know that they are abandoned by the cultivation world, and they don't know that they are buried with us human. In fact, we human have long had the ability to rule the entire Moyun mountain range, but we don't want to do so because it's not necessary. Soon, without us doing anything, everyone in the Moyun mountain range will become mortals and there will be no more cultivators. Even if we can't recover our vitality, with our ability, isn't it easy to deal with mortals? Old Tree Leader looked at Mu Yu. What he said was the truth. Although Mu Yu was skeptical, as long as he listened, it was enough. Mu Yu really found it hard to accept all this. They were all abandoned humans. Because their cultivation was low, they naturally became sacrifices and didn't even have the right to know. This was cruel and unfair to the people of the Moyun mountain range. The people who made this decision were even more unforgivable. Why are you telling me this? Mu Yu calmed down and asked. Old Tree Leader laughed again. I'm telling you because I want you to see the essence of humans clearly. Many people in the 3rd continent know about the legend, which is the legend about the 5 of you. If this legend is true, then you should reconsider your position. Strictly speaking, you are half human and half human. No matter which side the 5 of you stand on, it will be a huge blow to the other side. The self you know is far from being as simple as it seems. Legend has it that if the 5 of you grow up smoothly, you will be comparable to our human spirit lord, or even surpass him. How do I know if you made up these stories to sow discord between us? Do you want me to stand on your human's side? Mu Yu understood that Old Tree Leader wanted to recruit him. But Old Tree Leader shook his head. I'm not asking you to stand on our human's side. You can actually check what I'm telling you. A while ago, a nascent soul cultivator came here. This person should be from outside the Moyun mountain range. If you can find him and ask him about this matter, you might understand. I'm telling you this because I hope that when our human and humans fight in the future, when you choose to help humans, you should also consider whether it's right to stand on their side. Mu Yu knew that the red-clothed young man was the nascent soul cultivator that Old Tree Leader was talking about. However, Yu naturally wouldn't look for him. That guy was looking for his master. Not to mention whether he would tell him this or not, it would be bad if he accidentally got himself into trouble. He thought of Tian Ran. He could ask Tian Ran. No wonder Tian Ran refused to tell him how she came here. She probably knew about this too, right? You can kill me, then you won't have to worry about which side I'll stand on in the future. Yu said. This is a way to solve the problem once and for all, but we human are tired of war. The other humans still have a deep hatred for humans, but we human like peace and don't like war. You are a special existence to both our human demon clan and the human race. I want to bet on you. Perhaps you are the existence that will bring hope to our human demon clan, Old Tree Head said kindly. So, you will let me go? You don't even believe in that legend, but you choose to believe in me? Yu was a little surprised. He thought that coming to the human's nest would only bode ill, but because of his unique ability to control wood, Old Tree Leader was actually going to let him go. Old Tree Leader nodded. I didn't believe in humans at first, but you are different from other humans. Perhaps you can bring us a surprise. We, the human devil clan, do not like to kill. Otherwise, when you little fellows with only foundation establishment cultivation came in, we could have annihilated all of you. Why would we have my clansmen deliberately set up a formation for you to run in circles? You didn't kill those people? Yu was shocked. He thought of Yin Zhangxiang who died in the forest. If it wasn't for the human, how could Yin Zhangxiang be in the forest? In the beginning, it was us human that stopped you from entering the forest. Later, you accidentally angered the water human, earth human, and fire human. They weren't easy to talk to. My clansmen only had to help them because of the agreement between the various human clans. I know you don't like to kill, but trees are full of vitality. We all like thriving life, so why would we take it away for no reason? Old Tree Leader's voice was filled with infinite hope. His love for life was so sincere, without any pretense. Yu also loved life. Whenever he saw demonic beasts or humans die, he would feel an invisible but substantial life force flowing away. It was a bad feeling. Death Chi took the initiative, and Yu did not like Death Chi. You just said that there will be a war between the human and humans in the future. But now, all your human are in this immortal prison. You can't even protect yourselves, so how are you going to fight us humans? Yu began to believe Old Tree Leader's words. Old Tree Leader didn't have to lie to him. Because Old Tree Leader chose to let Yu go, it wouldn't be hard for Yu to prove the existence of the immortal prison. Even if he couldn't prove it, Old Tree Leader wouldn't gain any substantial benefits. It was just an illusory hope that was placed on him. Chapter 75. What? You guys can leave this place? Yu was shocked. If human could leave this immortal confinement prison, then wouldn't the humans in the Moyun mountain range be the ones waiting to die? He looked at the old tree chief with a strange look in his eyes. If human could leave the immortal confinement prison, did it mean that the humans in the Moyun mountain range could do so too? The old tree chief smiled and said, I know what you're thinking. Just like how human can't leave the immortal confinement prison through the way you humans can leave, our way out is naturally not suitable for you humans. If the humans in the Moyun mountain range want to leave, they have to rely on their own luck. The old tree chief said it casually, but Yu felt very uncomfortable. Now that he knew that he was one of the humans abandoned by the 3 continents, he was in a very bad mood. If what the old tree chief said was true, then perhaps in another 10 years, there would be no more cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. If the spirit chi here was exhausted and mortals couldn't survive, then wouldn't the lives of millions of people die in vain? You're now the only person in the Moyun mountain range who knows the truth. I think that you, who love life, won't just watch those humans die. You can try. Although the life and death of humans has nothing to do with me, I can show you a way. Find the cultivator who is used as the eye of the array. That person is in the 3rd palace, so you have to find the location of the 3rd palace. Kill him and you can remove the entire heaven and earth array, and this immortal confinement prison will no longer exist. Of course, The premise is that you have enough strength to kill that person. That person's cultivation is too terrifying. I'm afraid no one in the world is his match, the old tree chief added. You're tempting me to break the heaven and earth array of the immortal confinement prison? Who knows if you've really found a way to leave the immortal confinement prison? If you haven't found a way to leave, then if I break this array, won't I also release you? Mu Yu was not stupid. He could quickly think of the stakes. Perhaps the old tree chief was using him as a tool. That's your problem. It's your business if you don't believe that we can leave this place. It's also your business if you're willing to save the humans in the Moyun mountain range. However, it's too early to talk about these things. With your current strength, not to mention the 3 continents, even in the Moyun mountain range, many people can kill you. If you want to grow smoothly, you need to become stronger. And if you want to reach the nascent soul stage, you need to find a way to leave the Moyun mountain range. It's impossible to reach the nascent soul stage in the Moyun mountain range. Old Tree Chief's words made Mu Yu speechless. What could he do? Even if he wanted to break the immortal confinement prison and save the lives of millions of people, he had to get out of the Moyun mountain range first. To get out of the Moyun mountain range, one needed to have the strength to reach the nascent soul stage. But in the Moyun mountain range, it was impossible for Mu Yu to reach the nascent soul stage. And without the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, he couldn't get out of the Moyun mountain range. This was an endless cycle. Only he knew about this. If he didn't do it, then he would die like millions of people in 10 years. Would he be willing? Of course, Mu Yu was unwilling. He wanted to get out of the Moyun mountain range. I think you must have felt something calling you when you came here, right? The body tree has a good impression of you. Old tree leader changed the topic. Mu Yu hadn't confirmed the truth of these things yet, so there was no need to dwell on this issue. Old tree leader had said what he needed to say. How to choose was Mu Yu's business. Mu Yu nodded. This old tree leader had lived for so long and knew so many things. He could even guess what Mu Yu was thinking. The body tree asked you to come over. It said that you were worried that the body tree would swallow you and spit you out. Old tree leader touched the body tree, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mu Yu's mouth was wide open. How did this old guy know about this? Don't worry, you're not fertilizer for the body tree. Old tree leader waved at Mu Yu slightly. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he walked over. His heart had been beating with the rhythm of the body tree. At this moment, he was so close to it. That strange aura triggered the spiritual power in his body, and he felt indescribably comfortable. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the body tree. In an instant, a strange force was transmitted from the body tree into Mu Yu's body. Every cell in Mu Yu's body seemed to come alive, and exuberant vitality filled Mu Yu's body. His divine sense was integrated into this body tree, and he could clearly see every wood human in this forest. He could clearly feel that every plant in the forest was growing happily, absorbing rain, dew, and sunlight, interpreting the most sincere love for life. His whole body seemed to be accumulating something, and his control over plants became more and more dexterous. He felt that he could directly control the trees without touching them. As long as he wanted, he could make all the trees grow an inch taller. He discovered the formation that the human had set up in the forest, the formation that trapped the self-cultivators. He discovered that he could control these formations. He could control these formations. Mu Yu's mind moved. The body tree did not resist, and he removed all the formations in an instant. Mu Yu opened his eyes and let go of the body tree. He liked it very much when he came into contact with it. However, he had already done something that Mu Yuming didn't like to do. At this moment, old tree leader had also discovered it. It was too late to stop him. Sigh. Your move means that I have to explain to the other human elders. Old tree leader sighed. Trapping the humans here was the decision of the 5 human. If he made a mistake, how could the other human be willing to accept it? Old tree leader did not seem to like meeting the other human. Perhaps the other human had a strong desire to fight, which did not match old tree leader's peaceful personality. You're the one who let me come into contact with the body tree. Mu Yu spread his hands, looking very innocent. Forget it, the body tree said that you have a deeper understanding of the ability to control wood, and it still wants to give you a gift. Is it for real? Old tree leader suddenly revealed a shocked expression, looking at the body tree in disbelief. He had been communicating with the body tree, and when the body tree sent him a message, he was stunned. What do you mean for real? I'm here as a guest, and it's giving me a gift. That's great, what is it? Mu Yu rubbed his hands, feeling that this trip was not in vain. Old tree leader was a little unhappy. He confirmed the body tree's message again, and in the end, could only nod helplessly. Mu Yu, treat Mu Ling well. It's very precious to us human. Precious Mu Ling? Old tree leader's hand suddenly flashed, and an ugly green sword appeared in front of Mu Yu's eyes. Calling this sword a sword was a bit of an insult to swords. Its entire body was full of bumps and holes of all sizes, as if it had been eaten by worms. From the hilt to the blade, there was not a single part of it that was undamaged. It did not look like a sword at all, and it looked very fragile, as if it could be broken with a light twist. Are you sure this thing is very precious? Mu Yu rolled his eyes. He thought that old tree leader would at least take out some kind of shiny treasure, but he did not expect it to be a piece of broken wood. How precious could this kind of rotten wood be? This Mu Ling must have fallen into a termite nest and been bitten by termites, right? It was already broken to this extent, and he still called it precious. Old tree leader, are you really going to give Mu Ling to this human? This is the treasure of our human. The human, who had been silent all this time, suddenly walked over with a look of indignation. This made Mu Yu laugh. Your human is taking this piece of wood that has been bitten by termites as a treasure. What are you guys thinking? Impudent. Mu Ling is our tribe's most precious treasure. How can we allow you to tarnish it? The human scolded. All right, whatever body tree leader says. Mu Yu, take it and leave this place. Old tree leader reluctantly handed Mu Ling to Mu Yu. His expression was as if someone had cut off a piece of his flesh. Forget it, forget it. Look at how you guys are looking at me like you want to kill me. I don't want this precious thing. Mu Yu sensed the other human's anger. It was as if they would immediately capture him and turn him into fertilizer as soon as he took it. With this Mu Ling, all the plants in the world will undergo unexpected changes under your control. The stronger your spiritual energy, the older the plants, the more valuable they will be. As long as you have enough spiritual energy, you can even make this entire forest disappear in an instant, old tree leader said. What? It's that powerful? Mu Yu was shocked. He almost rejected such a good thing. It could make such a huge forest disappear. Wasn't that too exaggerated? Although the prerequisite was that he had enough spiritual energy, and this prerequisite was too difficult, he could change the growth rings of any plant. This meant that he could change the age of many precious spiritual herbs. This was something he couldn't do in the past. Many spiritual herbs had better effects the older they were. Didn't this mean that as long as he had the seed of a spiritual herb, he could instantly turn a spiritual herb into a 10,000-year-old treasure? I'll take it, I'll take it. Mu Yu quickly snatched the Mu Ling, ignoring the other human's hateful gazes. It was ugly, but it was useful. At this moment, Mu Yu's shadow clone sword suddenly flew out by itself. Then, the Mu Ling merged with the shadow clone sword in an instant. This. Mu Yu didn't expect this. How could it disappear just like that? Mu Ling will find a good host. Your sword is a good item, so it has taken a fancy to it. Mu Ling has many other functions. You can figure out the specifics yourself. Old tree leader sighed. Mu Ling had already been put away by Mu Yu. It was too late for him to regret. Grandpa Human, why are there so many holes in the Mu Ling? Mu Yu thought that since it couldn't run away from the shadow clone sword, he might as well let it stay there obediently. Old tree leader revealed a meaningful expression, and said, Mu Ling used to be in perfect condition. It's only because our human spiritual lord disappeared that it became like this. If you don't like the way it looks, you can choose to repair those holes. How do I repair it? Mu Yu quickly asked. Kill. A person's life can fill a small hole, old tree leader said calmly. Chapter 76. When Mu Yu left the human's nest, he still could not calm down. He was not sure if he really liked this gift that was riddled with holes. The holes on Mu Ling's body were as thin as pinholes and as numerous as the hairs on a cow. It was inevitable that there would be tens of thousands of holes. If he wanted this Mu Ling to be undamaged, wouldn't that mean that he would have to kill tens of thousands of people? He could choose not to repair this thing, but the old tree leader told him that if he did not repair Mu Ling's functions would basically not be able to be used. This meant that his plan to obtain spirit herbs would be ruined. Mu Yu left with this evil thing under the reluctant gazes of the human and the old tree leader. He also felt very strange, as if he had brought something ominous with him. Of course, the human and the old tree leader were reluctant to part with Mu Ling, not Mu Yu. Mu Yu left this place by flying. After he left, the human's array was reactivated, protecting its territory once again. With so many Mu human demons guarding outside, even if humans found this place, they would be lured away by the Mu human demons. How is it? Is everyone all right? Bai Liang and the other three came from afar and stopped in the air above Mount Fulong. Looking at the group of sect disciples who had just been reborn, it was clear that everyone was not in a good condition. Many people on Mount Fulong stopped in midair, bewildered. Most of them were injured, some were still bleeding, and some were unconscious. Others were supporting them and helping them heal. No one dared to land in the forest on the ground, afraid that if they were not careful, they would not be able to get out again. Everyone looked at each other. This attack was too sudden. How could they be fine? If the array in the forest had not suddenly lost its effect and everyone had flown into the sky and escaped, the casualties would have been even worse. Senior brother Bai Liang, who removed the formation that restricted our flight? Mo Xiong said. Just now, he had retreated with Cheng Yang. Later on, Cheng Yang said that the array had been broken, and they were able to escape with their lives. Nonsense, it must be senior brother Bai Liang's doing. Senior brother Bai Liang's cultivation base is the highest here. I'm afraid he's the only one who can do this, someone said. To actually be able to say such words out of his mouth, it was rare for him to be able to flatter to such an extent. However, this matter was indeed very strange because it was impossible for the formation to malfunction for no reason. The hero behind the scenes had silently saved everyone, but someone wanted to forcefully give the credit to another person. Bai Liang frowned slightly and then shook his head. He denied this matter. Their group had a peaceful journey and did not encounter any attacks. It was just that they could not fly. They did not know what happened to the people in the other groups, nor did they see the signals sent by the others. It was only now that they knew something had happened. I just cut down a strange tree. After that tree was cut down, it emitted a huge wave of spiritual power. That tree should be the reason why everyone could not fly. Zhu Wenxing saw Bai Liang deny and stood up to say. This Zhu Wenxing actually dared to say that. A shameless person was invincible. Mu Yu saved everyone, and in the blink of an eye, the credit was falsely claimed by this Zhu Wenxing. So it's senior brother Wenxing. Thank you for saving our lives. Senior brother Wenxing saved us. Senior brother Wenxing is worthy of being the disciple of spiritual master Jiuhua. He stood up at the critical moment. Many people complimented him. Mu Yu had already returned. He had rushed back even faster than Bai Liang. In fact, the human's nest was in this forest. It was not far at all. It was only because of the formation that everyone was fooled. Mu Yu glared at Zhu Wenxing. He had run into the human's nest and controlled the body tree to remove the formation and save everyone. However, this Zhu Wenxing had casually said a few words and claimed the credit for it. However, no one doubted him and they all believed him. What the hell was this? I was lucky to find that tree. If I had arrived earlier, I might have been able to save a few people's lives. It's all my fault. Zhu Wenxing shook his head regretfully, looking extremely guilty. Zhu Wenxing had always been suppressed by Bai Liang's reputation. This time, when Bai Liang denied that he had saved everyone, he suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity for his reputation to surpass Bai Liang's. Therefore, he made up a reason to claim the credit. In fact, the others in their group did not know. At that time, when the demon race attacked, everyone was trying their best to kill the enemy. No one knew whether Zhu Wenxing had done this or not. Senior brother Wenxing, you don't have to blame yourself. If you had not removed the formation, who knows what would have happened to us? Yes. Everyone comforted Zhu Wenxing. Mu Yu looked at Zhu Wenxing's pretentious appearance. He had the urge to throw his shoe at Zhu Wenxing's face. This guy could actually say such shameless words. He was unparalleled in the world. This matter was all done by Mu Yu, but he could not say it out loud. He could only grit his teeth and watch his credit being taken away by this despicable Zhu Wenxing. Humph. We estimated that every group had losses in this operation. In total, we lost 11 people. We did not assess the situation properly before entering this forest. No one saw human, but so many demons took our lives. This was clearly a mistake in the decision-making. Mo Xiong did not flatter Zhu Wenxing. His own junior brother had died in front of his eyes, but he could not stop it. Other than grief in his heart, he also had doubts about this operation. If everyone had stayed together, perhaps there would not have been such a serious loss of life. Nonsense. Are you questioning the decisions of your elders? We came out this time to search for the Yumeng Devil clan. Casualties are unavoidable when fighting against the Yumeng Devil clan. Those fellow Taoists who died a worthy death. They should be recorded in history, not blamed. Zhu Wenxing looked coldly at Mo Xiong. Now that he had saved everyone, he felt that he had the responsibility to uphold the necessity of this operation. He would not allow anyone to question him. Mo Xiong sneered. Is that so? Out of so many groups, only your 2 groups didn't lose anyone. That's because your 2 groups are gold core stage cultivators. I would like to ask, you keep saying that these people fought against the Yumeng Devil clan. Who among you saw the Yumeng Devil clan? As soon as he said this, everyone began to discuss. In this operation, apart from Bai Liang and Zhu Wenxing who were in the Jindan period, the strongest in the other groups were only in the 9th layer of foundation establishment. They had all suffered different degrees of casualties. If they had not split up, with 2 people in the Jindan period, the demons would not have taken the lives of these young disciples so easily. Most importantly, Mo Xiong was right. All the groups had been attacked by demons, and not human. No one had seen human appear. We did not see human, but so what? You are blaming others for your lack of skill. This operation was meant to give everyone a chance to train and prepare for the future battle against human. If we can't even handle this, what's the point of talking about the future? Zhu Wenxing said. Everyone felt that Zhu Wenxing was right, but the other disciples who had lost their brothers did not agree. Most of the people who came out this time were the elites of the sect. Some were even the descendants of the sect's elders. After such a huge incident, how could they just let it go with a mere lack of skill? They had died mysteriously in this strange forest. They had come to investigate human, but they had encountered demons. There was a problem with the source of their information. Qingsong School was the organizer of this operation. They could not escape responsibility for the wrong information. Qingsong School had also provided the signal, but the signal did not have the desired effect. The casualties were all from the weak sects. How could everyone not complain? In fact, if not for Qingsong School's request, why would the small sects come to this place? Forget it, Brother Wenxing. We did not consider this matter thoroughly. We cannot shirk this responsibility. This time, everyone only saw demons. Did you not see human? Bai Liang asked. We saw human. Hao Yingjuan's group stood to the side in silence. Their group had not been attacked except for the first night. They had seen the signal, but Cheng Yang had asked them to retreat instead of helping the others. This made them feel very guilty. However, everyone knew that Cheng Yang was right to ask them to retreat. Otherwise, they would have been trapped in the forest and might have been in danger. Did your group see it? Zhu Wenxing's gaze swept across Fatty. His gaze was a bit strange. Fatty did not show any fear and looked back at him. Everyone in the other groups was injured. Why is it that only your group is unharmed? Zhu Wenxing asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Is it because you want everyone to be injured? Hao Yingjun was a disciple of the Wuwen sect. The Wuwen sect was second only to the Zhouhua school. Although the Wuwen sect and the Zhouhua school were harmonious on the surface, they were secretly competing with each other. Zhu Wenxing's words angered many people who lost their fellow disciples. Zhu Wenxing's group was the least injured. Bai Liang's group was not injured at all. However, he did not doubt Bai Liang. You've gone too far with your words. Their group's senior brother Chengyang rushed over to save us. With his Aurus core stage cultivation, he managed to kill the demon. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. Mo Xiong also did not like Zhu Wenxing's attitude. If the other party was not a Jindan period cultivator, he would have already beaten Zhu Wenxing up. Who is Chengyang? Jindan period cultivation? Zhu Wenxing sized up the 5 people in their group. He knew Hao Yingjun and Xue Er. He also knew Jiyu Etian, the dark horse who shone brilliantly in the competition. However, he was definitely not a Jindan period cultivator. Hong Yang was Jiyu Etian's fellow disciple. He also vaguely remembered that Mu Yu could not be a Jindan period cultivator. Finally, Zhu Wenxing's gaze fell on Chengyang. Chengyang was looking at the forest in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. When everyone was talking, he did not say anything. He did not reveal his Jindan period cultivation. He looked like he was only at the foundation establishment stage. No one would think that such a young person could be a Jindan period cultivator. Zhu Wenxing was no exception. This is senior brother Chengyang from the Falling Dust sect. That's right, he has always been very low-key. He did not reveal his strength and even saved us. I'm afraid you all did not expect this. Mo Xiong pointed at Chengyang and said. He looked at Chengyang with eyes full of gratitude. A disciple of the Falling Dust sect. This person who did not receive much attention was actually a Jindan period cultivator. Everyone was in an uproar and looked at Chengyang in unison. Even Bai Liang was slightly moved. Chengyang was probably only in his early 20s, but he was already a Jindan period cultivator. How was this possible? The Falling Dust sect having a short-lived Mu Yu was already inconceivable to many people. Who would have thought that they had an even more terrifying senior brother? Was the Falling Dust sect really that simple? Senior brother, we should go back. Mu Yu reminded. This was the end of this operation. Any measures that came after would be decided by the Qingsong school, Zhouhua school, and other large sects. It had nothing to do with them. They just wanted to return to Falling Dust Mountain as soon as possible. Everyone, let's quickly report this matter to our sect. Let the elders of our sects make the decision. At the same time, let's bury those who died and take care of their funerals. Chengyang patted Mu Yu on the shoulder. Brother Chengyang is right. This time, Brother Chengyang went to great lengths to save us. I'm sure you know a lot about this matter. Why don't you tell us so that we can be prepared? Bai Liang walked out and cupped his hands. Chengyang also cupped his hands. His gaze met Qing Mai's behind Bai Liang. At that moment, his heart was once again in turmoil. However, the words Jian Ying and Chen Feng kept circling around in his mind. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. He just wanted to end this matter as soon as possible and return to Falling Dust Mountain. However, the woman in his heart was still waiting for him to explain. He could not explain, nor did he know how to explain. He quickly averted his gaze and said, "You already know what I know. There's nothing to hide." Qing Mai looked at Chengyang. Her heart could not calm down. She already knew that Chengyang was deliberately avoiding her. She still did not understand. The two of them had always been on good terms. What did she do wrong? Chapter 77. Everyone had already left. They couldn't wait to report this operation back to the sect and let the elders make a decision. Mu Yu also bid farewell to Fatty and the others before heading to the Falling Dust sect with Chengyang. You were the one who removed the formation and saved everyone, right? Chengyang looked at the clouds in the sky. It was already dusk and the clouds were burning red. Mu Yu nodded. I didn't think that Zhu Wenxing would be so shameless as to say that he did it. Zhu Wenxing attributed all the credit to himself, but Mu Yu, who had really done this, was forced to suffer in silence, unable to speak of her bitterness. Cheng Yang laughed. It's a pity that you can't say it. That guy got lucky. Master told us to keep a low profile when we came out. I'm afraid you did it this time, but I didn't. Cheng Yan's strength during the Jindan period was already known to everyone, so it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. He reached the Jindan period at such a young age, not to be outdone by people like Bai Liang. He would probably be remembered by many people in the cultivation world. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment. He had received a lot of unacceptable information from old tree leader this time, but he had been unable to verify it. He remembered that Cheng Yang had said that they also came here from the 3 continents in the outside world. But with their cultivation during the Jindan period, how did they pass through the vast mountains? Could it be that Master wasn't during the Jindan period? Senior brother, was Master's cultivation during the Jindan period? Mu Yu asked. Master suffered irreversible injuries in the outside world. His cultivation is indeed during the Jindan period, Cheng Yang replied. Mu Yu still didn't understand. But I heard that during the Jindan period, you can't pass through the barren mountains guarded by high-level monsters. How did you guys get in? Junior brother, you have to understand one thing. Master wasn't an ordinary cultivator. His cultivation was very high. As for how powerful he was, I was still young back then, so I didn't pay much attention to it. For someone with such a high level of cultivation, even if he is injured, his knowledge and experience, including his magical treasures, are still there. Cheng Yang paused and continued, it's not that difficult to deal with the demonic beasts. I'm more worried about the person you mentioned. I don't understand how that person knows about Master's whereabouts because no one in the outside world knows that Master has come to the Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu had to admit that this explanation was reasonable. He suddenly thought that since his senior apprentice brother was also from the Third Heaven continent, then he must know something. Senior brother, have you heard of the immortal confinement prison? Cheng Yang pondered for a moment. Immortal confinement prison? I think I heard my master mention it when I was very young. I don't remember what it is. Why do you ask? When Cheng Yang had followed his master to the Moyun mountain range, he had been very young and ignorant. Some of his memories had been vague, so he only had a vague impression of the immortal confinement prison. Mu Yu was getting more and more confused. The old tree chief's words had made his mind a mess. Although Cheng Yang didn't know what the immortal confinement prison was, Cheng Yang had heard of it. In the past, the young man in red had also mentioned the immortal confinement prison. In that case, this heaven and earth array should not have been made up by the old tree chief. It really existed. The immortal confinement prison trapped millions of people in the Moyun mountain range. Were they really going to die in the end? The old tree chief had asked Mu Yu to kill the people of the Third Heaven Palace, lift the immortal confinement prison, and save the millions of people in the Moyun mountain range. However, could he really do it alone? So what if he had the ability to control wood? He couldn't even deal with a young man in red at the nascent soul stage. How could he fight with the cultivators outside the Moyun mountain range? Senior apprentice brother, have you never doubted that I can control trees? Why do you look like you don't care? Mu Yu couldn't help but ask. Like his master, Cheng Yang had long known that Mu Yu had the ability to control trees. Wood control was human's ability, which should not be allowed by cultivators. However, Cheng Yang hadn't said anything. He had never looked at Mu Yu with a strange gaze. Instead, he had fulfilled his responsibility as the eldest senior apprentice brother and helped Mu Yu in every way. Why should I doubt you? Is it because of your relationship with human? Cheng Yang looked at Mu Yu. His face was still so calm, as if Mu Yu had asked a very simple question that didn't arouse his interest at all. You must know something about my ability, right? Mu Yu asked. Cheng Yang looked at Mu Yu's eager eyes and imagined the confusion this matter would bring to Mu Yu. He knew that if he didn't tell Mu Yu, he might keep thinking about this matter and it wouldn't be good for the future. He said slowly, There's a legend in the cultivation world outside the Moyun mountain range that 5 people will appear in this world. They have the talent of humans and also the ability of human. These 5 people will decide the fate of mankind and the human devil clan. Most self-cultivators are afraid that these 5 people will be controlled by the human devil clan and destroy mankind. Therefore, many people are looking for these 5 people and want to kill them. Mu Yu was stunned. What Cheng Yang said was exactly the same as the old tree. This legend really existed. He pursed his lips. Many cultivators wanted him to die, but his master and senior apprentice brother were exceptions. But there are also a few people who believe that these 5 people will stand on the side of humans. Master said that he believes that you will make the right choice and will teach you the right values so that you can be a person who lives up to your heart. Therefore, I choose to believe in you. Cheng Yan's eyes were so clear. He didn't give up on Mu Yu just because Mu Yu was an existence that could destroy humans. Like his master, he always believed that a person could be molded. They didn't give up on Mu Yu. Instead, they taught Mu Yu how to cultivate, how to use the Luo Chen swordsmanship, and how to become a true cultivator and a human. Legends are legends after all. We just have to be ourselves. The day Master brought you back, he told me and Enshu about this. Master always has his reasons for doing things. Just don't let him down, Cheng Yang said. Do Lan Ling and Xiong Nan know? Mu Yu asked. Cheng Yang shook his head. The fewer people who know, the better. This ability is both good and evil. Naturally, it has to be kept a secret. If you can make it so that those close to you don't notice, then outsiders won't know either. Mu Yu felt like he had been tainted by something unclean, which made him very uncomfortable. Although Cheng Yang didn't see him as a monster, he still had a grudge in his heart. But you haven't kept it a secret. I saw you merge into the trees several times. In the first few months after you entered the sect, Kong Kong Meow Meow took you to smash a hornet's nest. You were stung until your face was full of bumps. Then, you were fine during dinner. The 2 of them were too young to suspect anything, but how could others not? Mu Yu smiled awkwardly. He remembered this incident. At that time, only Cheng Yang saw him being stung by the hornets. He ran straight into the trees to get rid of the poison. At that time, Kong Kong Meow Meow was amazed. They were prepared to laugh at Mu Yu for a month. On the way back, it was already dusk. The setting sun was like blood, illuminating the land. Cheng Yang was suddenly stunned. He stopped and looked ahead. There was a person blocking their way. The setting sun shone on that person. It was so real and so familiar. Mu Yu looked at Qing Mai. He didn't know when she had been waiting for them on the way back. She wanted an answer. She wanted to know Cheng Yan's feelings. These days, Cheng Yan's erratic eyes had been bothering her. Senior brother, I'll wait for you in front. The same words came out of Mu Yu's mouth again. It was like that night when he bumped into them in the small forest of Qingsong School. He didn't know how Cheng Yang would explain to Qing Mai. He also didn't want to know. Mu Yu suddenly realized that he was like a mistress, destroying his senior brother's feelings. Mu Yu also liked someone, but that person didn't like him. Qingsong School, Back Mountain. This was the place where Qingsong Taoist meditated. It was a forbidden area in the sect. No one dared to trespass. Qingsong Taoist stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the majestic spiritual power in his body. He looked up to the sky and roared. The violent spiritual power rushed into the sky, shattering the fiery red remnant clouds. The white light was so dazzling in the setting sun. Everyone in Qingsong School looked at the back mountain in horror. The terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power made every disciple of Qingsong School palpitate. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Master has broken through to the nascent soul stage. Master has really broken through to the nascent soul stage. An elder of the Jindan period was so excited that he knelt down in the direction of the back mountain. After the shock, all the disciples were ecstatic. They knelt down and prayed to the back mountain. For a moment, the whole Qingsong School was jubilant. For so many years, no one in Moyun Mountain had broken through to the nascent soul stage. However, Qingsong Taoist had made history. That's right. Their highly respected master had made history and became the first person to step into the nascent soul stage. Their master had become an immortal. Qingsong school was a big sect. In the past, Qingsong Taoist's cultivation was only in the Jindan period. The masters of other sects, such as Immortal Zhouhua of Zhouhua school, were actually not much worse than the Qingsong Taoist. Therefore, many things in the cultivation world were agreed upon by Immortal Zhouhua and the Qingsong Taoist. Now that the Qingsong Taoist had stepped into the nascent soul stage, he was really the only one in the cultivation world. Immortal Zhouhua no longer had any right to speak in front of the Qingsong Taoist. They could only tremble. All the masters had to kneel down and salute the Qingsong Taoist when they met him. This was absolute strength. The disciples of Qingsong school cheered, but no one dared to go to the back of the mountain. They all knelt down and waited for the master to come out and announce the good news in person. However, none of the Pine Tree sect disciples expected that their high and mighty sect master, Daoist Pine Tree, who had already stepped into the nascent soul stage and was a godlike existence in the Moyun mountain range, was currently kneeling respectfully in front of a red-clothed young man. His expression was so respectful and submissive, which usually only appeared on the faces of servants. If the disciples of Qingsong school saw this scene, they would definitely find it hard to accept. Their noble master, a nascent soul venerable, was kneeling down to a young man in red. "Thank you, master, for helping me break through to the nascent soul stage," Qingsong Taoist said respectfully. He was not dissatisfied with kneeling down to someone. He could not feel dissatisfied. The effect of the slave pill was extremely terrible. Once taken, one could not resist for the rest of their life. After stepping into the nascent soul stage, he finally understood why he had never been able to break through to the nascent soul stage before. It was because the spiritual power between heaven and earth was not enough for a person to step into the nascent soul stage. At this moment, even if he stepped into the nascent soul stage with the help of the young man in red, the young man in red was still unfathomable in front of him. He was like a vast sea, making Qingsong Taoist unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. "Get up," the young man in red said lightly. Qingsong Taoist stood up and stood respectfully to the side with his hands hanging down, like an old servant waiting for his master's orders. At first, he could not bear to be a servant of someone else despite his status as the head of a sect. But when he knew the identity of the young man in red, he realized that the so-called master of Qingsong school was just like an ant outside the Moyun mountain range. He followed such a person and broke through to the nascent soul stage. It was a good fortune, even if the price of this good fortune was very high. In the Moyun mountain range, with the conditions of the immortal confinement prison, you can never reach the nascent soul stage in your lifetime. If it weren't for the spiritual power crystals I brought from outside and spent so much spiritual chi, it would be wishful thinking for you to reach the nascent soul state. The young man in red looked at the piles of waste stones around him. They were originally filled with spiritual chi, but all of them had been extracted by the young man in red to help Qingsong Taoist break through. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your advice, master," Qingsong Taoist said hurriedly. He already knew the location of the immortal confinement prison from the young man in red. He also knew that the immortal confinement prison would destroy all human beings in a few years. If the young man in red had not found him, he was afraid that he would have died tragically in this heaven and earth array unknowingly, just like other self-cultivators and mortals. "I didn't help you break through to the nascent soul stage just for your thanks. I have something I need you to do," the young man in red said slowly. A red light flashed in his eyes, as if there were flames faintly flickering in them. "As you command, master," Qingsong Taoist said respectfully, kneeling on one knee. "There's something we need to deal with." "What is it?" "Deal with Zhen Ying and Chen Feng." On the way back, Cheng Yang and Mu Yu did not speak again. Cheng Yan's expression was still so calm, but Mu Yu could feel the deep sorrow under his senior brother's calm appearance. Mu Yu did not ask what happened to them in the end, and Cheng Yang did not mention it either. From afar, they could already see the aloof appearance of Luo Chen Mountain. There were a few faint sparks on the mountain. At this moment, the sky was beginning to brighten. They did not spend the night on the road. Instead, they rushed back without stopping. Because they were anxious to tell their master about Human, they rushed back through the night. As soon as the two of them landed, they greeted Anshu. "Anshu, where's master?" Muyu asked impatiently. At this moment, everyone should have gotten up to cultivate. In the past, master would have gone to take care of his vegetable garden at this time. However, Muyu did not see master's shadow in the vegetable garden. Anshu frowned. "Didn't sect master leave with you? You're back. Where's sect master?" Chapter 78. From dawn to sunset, the day actually passed very quickly. However, this day seemed extremely long to everyone on Luochen Mountain. They truly experienced what it meant to have a day pass like a year. It was close to dusk, but there was no smoke on Luochen Mountain. Nobody was cultivating. They were sitting on a big rock halfway up the Luochen Mountain, staring at the sky in a daze. Everybody was hoping that the familiar figure would appear in the sky, and then Kong Kong and Meow Meow would jump on his shoulder, grab his beard and complain. The others couldn't wait to eat the food he cooked. However, no figure appeared in the sky except for birds. They stared blankly for an entire day. There was no wind halfway up the mountain and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. "I'll go out and look for him." Muyu could not sit still any longer. He jumped down from the rock with an anxious look on his face. "You're not allowed to go." Lan Ling pulled Muyu back. "Wait until eldest senior brother and Anshu come back. Master should have returned a few days ago." At that time, the competition had already ended. Master had said that he would return to the Luochen sect immediately, while Muyu and Chengyang had rushed to Mount Fulong. However, the two of them had returned, but there was no news of master. This made Muyu and Chengyang panic. Usually, if master did not return, they would not worry at all. After all, master's cultivation level would not be at a disadvantage in the cultivation world. However, at this moment, a young man in red was looking for him. Even the world's cultivation powerhouse, the Chingsong Taoist, had to kneel at his feet. No one in the Moyun mountain range could resist the strength of the young man in red. He was looking for Jianying Chen Feng, who was master. How could they not worry when master had disappeared for so many days? Eldest senior brother and Anshu should be back soon. "Let's not worry," Xiong Nan said. Although he said this, he also wanted to go out and look for master. Waiting was painful. No one was willing to wait. Everyone knew that the young man in red was looking for Jianying Chen Feng. Other than Lan Ling everyone was shocked. No one in the Moyun mountain range could resist that person's strength. When they heard that the Chingsong Taoist was kneeling at the feet of the young man, they were stunned. "Meow Meow, master will be fine, right?" Kong Kong sat on the ground, drawing on the ground with a branch in his hand, but his eyes were looking at the sky. "Yes. Master is so powerful, how could something happen to him?" Meow Meow also stopped messing around with Kong Kong. They didn't go around causing trouble, but just sat there obediently. Perhaps a powerful person had already captured master. They liked to stick to master every day. If something happened to master, how could they be happy? If the young man in red catches master, what will he do to master? Muyu thought of the possibility that he didn't want to see the most. In the past, his master would never go out without saying a word, nor would he disappear for so many days for no reason. When everything came together, he knew that the red-clothed young man might already know that Feng Haochen was Sword Shadow Chen Feng. Muyu blamed himself. He and Chengyang should have accompanied master back that day. However, master was also in the Jindan period. If the red-clothed young man had already confirmed that master was Jianying Chen Feng, with the cultivation of the three of them, could they compete with the red-clothed young man? He didn't know. It would be good to try. Eldest senior brother is back. Kong Kong, who had sharp eyes, jumped up. Everyone quickly stood up and looked at Chengyan's shadow in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it landed, and everyone surrounded it. "Any news?" Muyu asked anxiously. Chengyang looked a little tired. He shook his head and said, "I went to the Chingsong school and secretly asked around. Master wasn't there, and there was no sign of master in the school. However, I received terrible news. It's bad enough that master is missing. What's worse? Mu Yu sat back down on the rock. Daoist Evergreen Pine has already stepped into the nascent soul stage. Their Evergreen Pine sect will be holding a celebration in a month's time. The invitations have already been sent to all the sects, and they will be discussing how to exterminate the Yumeng demon clan in Mount Fulong, Cheng Yang said. The Qingsong Taoist had really entered the nascent soul stage? Other than Mu Yu, everyone else was shocked again. The nascent soul stage had always been a legend to them. No one had ever seen it, and no one had ever thought about it. If they didn't already know that the red-clothed young man was a nascent soul stage cultivator and that he might have captured master, they might not have believed it. The other sects have suffered such heavy losses in Mount Fulong this time. Will they be willing to participate? Lan Linger asked. Since it's a request from a nascent soul stage cultivator, they have to participate even if they don't want to. Every sect leader has to be cautious in front of the Qingsong Taoist. In the past, they only had to be polite and courteous. After all, everyone was in the Jindan period. Now, I'm afraid that the Qingsong Taoist could make all the sect leaders kneel. Who would dare to complain? Mu Yu said in a low voice. The Qingsong Taoist wasn't scary. What was scary was the red-clothed young man behind the Qingsong Taoist. What was the red-clothed young man's purpose in helping the Qingsong Taoist break through to the nascent soul stage? Even if he wanted to find Jian Ying and Chen Feng through the Qingsong Taoist, was there a difference between the Qingsong Taoist in the Jindan period and the Qingsong Taoist in the nascent soul stage? This was the question that Mu Yu had been thinking about. It was also the question that puzzled him the most. Old Tree Leader told him that the spiritual power in the immortal confinement prison was scattered. It wasn't enough for a Jindan period cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage. If the red-clothed young man wanted to help the Qingsong Taoist break through to the nascent soul stage, he would have to pay a heavy price. Was the price really worth it? What about our sect? Should we participate? Xiong Nan asked. The celebration ceremony was in a month. The Qingsong Taoist wanted everyone in the world to worship him as a god. Did they dare to not participate? Let's wait for Nshu to come back before making a decision. I went to the Qingsong school secretly to ask around. In fact, I couldn't find anything. Cheng Yang didn't continue. Everyone understood. Cheng Yang had secretly gone to the Qingsong school to ask around and learned that all the sect leaders had returned a few days ago. However, if the red-clothed young man did something secretly, how could they find out? Perhaps their master was in a dungeon in the Qingsong school at this moment. The Qingsong school was so big and there were 2 nascent soul stage cultivators guarding it. How could they find their master? I'm going to cultivate. Mu Yu suddenly stood up and flew up the mountain without looking back. Everyone looked at Mu Yu, who had suddenly left, in astonishment. Then, they sighed heavily. If their master was in the Pine Tree sect, with their current strength, would they be able to break into the Pine Tree sect to save her? The enemy was like a huge wave in the vast sea. They were like a lonely boat under the huge waves. How could they resist? Strength. Strength was the most important thing. There was no news of Fenghouchen for a few days. Luochen Mountain lost its usual cheerfulness and laughter. And Shu came back every day and then left. He didn't give up looking for the sect leader. Cheng Yang also followed him out. Everyone else calmed down and cultivated. Their cultivation levels were too low and they couldn't help much. These days, Cheng Yang brought some news. Because the Qingsong Taoist had broken through to the nascent soul stage, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Everyone had to pay attention to this unprecedented event. Even the mortals who didn't know how to cultivate knew that the Qingsong Taoist had become a living immortal. Mu Yu cultivated on Luochen Cliff without eating or sleeping. However, his cultivation level didn't increase at all. In fact, he couldn't deceive himself. Cultivating the Luochen cultivation method required a calm mind. However, he couldn't calm his mind at all. He couldn't help but think about his master's current situation. He was very anxious. His swordsmanship wasn't refined and was disorderly. So what if he had a tyrannical talent? So what if he was the so-called person who could control the war in the world? His strength was still so weak. Anyone could kill him. He couldn't even protect his master. The two shadow swords separated in the air. Mu Yu's figure flashed and turned into two people. Each of them held a shadow sword. The two figures intertwined with each other. Sword light shot out and sword chi crisscrossed. The spiritual energy in the sky seemed to have lost control and scattered. The leaves of the old banyan tree on Luochen Cliff were rolled up and blown away, turning into fine powder. Ding! Suddenly, a red flying sword shot out. Rays of red light burst out and smashed one of Mu Yu's doppelgangers into pieces. The red flying sword was like an endless stream of water, gentle and elegant, and it forced Mu Yu's doppelgangers to retreat. I want to fight. Lan Ling landed lightly in front of Mu Yu. The sword in her hand shook violently, and a red light flashed everywhere. It was full of treasure aura. Streams of light flashed on the body of the sword. It was soft yet firm, and soft at the same time. Her sword was called Clear Ice. This name was supposed to be a cold and elegant sword, but in Lan Ling's hand, it was like a flame. Mu Yu didn't say anything. The blue shadow had already turned into sword shadows that filled the sky and rushed towards Lan Ling. Falling shadow disillusionment. Lan Ling's clear ice sword shadow soared into the sky. Sword chi bloomed like a fire lotus. One sword turned into 9 shadows. Violent spiritual energy ripples shook the air and shattered the sword shadows that filled the sky. Mu Yu's body turned and the sword in his hand was already stabbing towards Lan Ling. Lan Ling tilted her body and the tip of her sword turned slightly. The flowing light dispersed and dissolved Mu Yu's endless sword momentum. Her sword chi was both firm and soft. Sometimes it was like cold metal, sharp and domineering. Sometimes it was like cotton, making others unable to use their full strength. Master said that different people would have different sword momentum in the 9 forms of falling dust. How your heart is, your sword will be. Looking at Lan Ling's furrowed brows, Mu Yu suddenly understood that in this mountain, he wasn't the only one who was troubled by his thoughts. Everyone was concerned about Master's safety. If everyone fell into impetuosity, then who could make the most correct judgment? Master said that immortal cultivation was about the heart. The falling dust sword technique was about calming the heart. Mu Yu took a deep breath. His heart slowly calmed down and his shadow no longer trembled. One person, one sword, one heart. Sometimes, the complicated sword moves could be very simple. A faint blue light gradually spread over the sword body. It was like a plant full of vitality, with a trace of majestic aura. The sword chi was monstrous and awe-inspiring. The flying sword in Lan Ling's hand intertwined into a red light in front of her chest. The red light wrapped around her and blocked Mu Yu's sword shadow. However, Mu Yu's sword shadow was like a grassland brushed by the spring breeze. Vitality came one after another, shattering Lan Ling's red light. Layers of sword shadows fell towards Lan Ling. Lan Ling's footsteps were graceful. She had already risen from the ground. Mu Yu's sword shadow exploded on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and gravel jumped. The two of them pulled apart and then rushed at each other. Spiritual power exploded with the two of them as the center, sweeping out. The sound of air whistled incessantly on falling dust cliff. The smoke and dust dispersed. Lan Ling's right arm was slightly bent. The sword in her hand was only an inch away from piercing Mu Yu's chest. Mu Yu's sword was on Lan Ling's neck. I'm really worried about Master. Lan Ling suddenly threw away the clear ice sword and threw herself into Mu Yu's arms. She couldn't stop her tears. They poured out and soaked Mu Yu's clothes. The shadow in Mu Yu's hand had disappeared. He hugged Lan Ling tightly. His beloved girl was crying in his arms, but he couldn't do anything. He also wanted to cry, but he knew he couldn't. There was always someone who needed to be strong. Chapter 79. Feng Haochen had been missing for more than a month, But the Qingsong School's invitation had already arrived at Luochen Mountain. Today was the Qingsong Taoist ceremony to celebrate his nascent soul true body. Cheng Yang went to Qingsong School alone, while the others stayed at Luochen sect. Since their master wasn't there, they didn't dare to disobey Enshu. However, Mu Yu wasn't a law-abiding person. After Cheng Yang left, Mu Yu sneaked out while Enshu wasn't paying attention. He also wanted to make a trip to Qingsong School. He was familiar with the layout of Qingsong School, so he might be able to find his master's whereabouts in secret. In the past month, his cultivation level had finally reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Although it was extremely fast, he didn't have any chance to be happy when compared to his enemy's strength. Cheng Yan's cultivation level was during the Jindan period, so his speed was relatively fast. On the other hand, Mu Yu took a lot of time. By the time Mu Yu arrived at Qingsong School, the ceremony had already begun. Mu Yu quietly groped among the trees. He stood on the tallest tree and looked at the square of Qingsong School. Qingsong School had specially built a magnificent high platform with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. It was very majestic. On the high platform were the 4 chief elders of Qingsong School from the Jindan period. They stood at the 4 corners of the high platform. Each elder was very old and had white hair. Dressed in white Taoist robes that fluttered in the wind, they looked like immortals. They stood on the high platform in high spirits and looked at the people below with solemn expressions. These 4 elders were the most powerful people in Qingsong School. Their cultivation levels were at the 8th layer of Golden Core, and they weren't inferior to the heads of other small sects. They were very old and had a very high seniority. 2 of them were even the martial uncles of the Qingsong Taoist, Qing Yuan and Qing Yu. Qing Yuan and Qing Yu were originally elders of the Green Tiger sect. The Qingsong Taoist had joined the Green Tiger sect when he was young. It was said that the reason why the Pine Tree Daoist left the Green Tiger sect was because the Pine Tree Daoist's master had passed the position of the sect leader to his son, who had mediocre talent, and was not willing to give it to the Pine Tree Daoist. The Qingsong Taoist couldn't see any hope for the Green Tiger sect. In addition, the new head was jealous of his talent and persecuted him. Therefore, Taoist left the Green Tiger sect and founded the Qingsong School of his own accord. When the Green Pine Daoist left the sect and established his own sect, these 2 elders were ostracized by the new sect master, so they chose to join the Green Pine Daoist and became one of the head elders of the Green Pine sect. Under the incompetent leadership of the new head, the Green Tiger sect finally destroyed the foundation of their ancestors. In the end, they asked the Qingsong Taoist for help. The Green Tiger sect was merged into the Qingsong School. The Green Tiger sect no longer existed in the cultivation world. The other 2 were also famous figures in the cultivation world. Both of them were individual cultivators. Their names were Guan Chang and Ji Shi. They once dominated a region because of their powerful cultivation. They caused trouble everywhere and gave all the sects a headache. Unexpectedly, they were defeated by the Qingsong Taoist and later became the chief elders of the Qingsong School. The 4 of them usually cultivated in the back mountain of the Qingsong School and didn't get involved in the outside world. Unexpectedly, they all appeared on the high platform together today. People couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Below the platform were people from other sects who came to congratulate them. They were all the heads and elders of the major sects. No one dared to make a noise. They stood in place with a solemn face. What was the legendary nascent soul stage Qingsong Taoist like? This was the question on everyone's mind. Everyone wanted to see the spirit of the Qingsong Taoist and the spirit of the nascent soul stage venerable. The rest of the people were the disciples of the Qingsong School led by Bai Liang. Everyone couldn't hide the pride on their faces. How could they, the disciples and grand disciples, not be happy when their founding master became an existence admired by tens of thousands of people? Xiaohu was also standing in the crowd. Since he was defeated by Mu Yu, he had been very unwilling to accept it. However, he didn't feel depressed at the moment. After all, he was the disciple of the Qingsong Taoist. Today was the day of his master's celebration. No matter what, he had to raise his spirits. The Qingsong Taoist stood at the peak of cultivation in the Moyun mountain range. In the past, he was only on an equal footing with the other heads. There was no distinction of seniority. However, now the Qingsong Taoist had stepped into a higher realm. His status was not what it used to be. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could cover the sky with one hand. Everyone was speculating. Now that the Qingsong Taoist had become a 1 in a million existence in the Moyun mountain range, what would the status of the other sects be? Perhaps the cultivation world was going to change. A majestic aura suddenly pervaded everyone's body, as if a huge rock was pressing down on everyone's chest. This terrifying aura made all the sect elders unable to breathe. They all looked around in horror. They didn't know where this aura came from. A white light split in the air. The dazzling light shone on everyone below the high platform, making them unable to open their eyes. "Welcome, head." On the high platform, 4 white-haired elders knelt on the ground at the same time. They kowtowed with their heads on the ground, but their hands were raised high with their palms facing the sky. Their voices were loud and clear. They spread their spiritual power and spread it throughout the Qingsong school. Even though Qing Yuan and Qing Yu were the martial uncles of the Qingsong Taoist and were over 100 years old, they were still willing to kneel on the ground and wait for their martial nephew to appear. A figure appeared in the distance. He only took one step, and there was a ripple in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on the high platform. He stood proudly with his hands behind his back in the middle of the 4 elders. He was like a pole, making people not dare to look at him directly. Endless pressure shrouded everyone's hearts. All the disciples of the Qingsong school had already knelt down. The heads and elders of the other sects could no longer bear the pressure of the spiritual power and knelt down one after another. All the heads of the sects in the cultivation world were forced to kneel. This scene was extremely spectacular. No one dared to raise their heads to look at the godlike elder. The Qingsong Taoist stood there as if he was a world of his own. He could decide everyone's life with a raise of his hand. In front of him, the heads and elders of the other sects had no room to resist. This was a nascent soul stage cultivator. Mu Yu looked at the lofty Qingsong Taoist from the trees and was extremely shocked. Everyone was kneeling in front of the Qingsong Taoist, and this was done intentionally by the Qingsong Taoist. Was the Qingsong Taoist planning to reshuffle the cards in the cultivation world? "Get up." The Qingsong Taoist waved his sleeves like a supreme emperor. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears and made people's hearts palpitate. Only then did the heads and elders of the other sects dare to stand up. They found that their backs were already soaked with sweat, and their foreheads were also covered in beads of sweat. All the heads of the sects had knelt down. Was the Qingsong school really the only cultivation world left in the Moyun mountain range? The Qingsong Taoist glanced at everyone and said slowly, "2 heads of the sects didn't show up. Are you not giving me face? My master has been in seclusion for many days. Please forgive us, Senior Qingsong." Chengyang cupped his fists. The Qingsong Taoist looked at Chengyang and nodded slightly. Brother Fenghouchen has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, so it is understandable that he did not come. Then why is perfected Zhouhua not here? The fact that the Qingsong Taoist did not make a fuss about the absence of the Luochen sect's head made Mu Yu even more certain that the Qingsong Taoist already knew that Fenghouchen would not come. Otherwise, why would he let the Luochen sect off so easily and pursue the matter of the Zhouhua school's head not coming? The Zhouhua school was second only to the Qingsong school. Perfected Zhouhua's cultivation level was also at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, but he had always been slightly superior to the Qingsong Taoist. Now that the Qingsong Taoist had become a cultivator at the nascent soul realm, could it be that perfected Zhouhua was not here because he was sullen and unwilling to bow and scrape in front of the Qingsong Taoist? "Senior Qingsong, my master has been delayed by some matters. He will come later to congratulate Senior Qingsong on attaining the nascent soul true body." Zhu Wenxing stepped forward. His expression was very calm, and he did not show the fear that the others had imagined, which was very puzzling. The Qingsong Taoist attaining the nascent soul realm was a big deal in the cultivation world. The Luochen sect was a poor and dilapidated sect, so no one cared if Fenghouchen did not come. After all, The Qingsong Taoist could destroy the Luo Chen sect with a snap of his fingers. However, perfected Zhouhua dared to not come. This showed that he did not care about the Qingsong Taoist at all. The fact that Zhu Wenxing was so calm was even more shocking. Then I will have to entertain him well later. The Qingsong Taoist looked at everyone below the stage. This was strength. In the face of great strength, everyone had to kneel at his feet. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Although he was extremely glorious today and received the worship of tens of thousands of people, he was secretly just a servant and a puppet of the red-robed young man. However, the red-robed young man did not want the outside world to know of his existence, so all the honor and glory was given to the Qingsong Taoist. Obtaining the strength that I have always dreamed of and becoming the supreme existence in the Moyun mountain range. Isn't this what I have been pursuing all my life? The Qingsong Taoist had already accepted his identity as the red-robed young man's servant. So what if he had to grovel in front of that person? If he wanted to obtain it, he had to pay the price. He could still call the wind and summon the rain in the cultivation world. Sect Master, I have something to report. Qing Yu stepped forward respectfully and knelt on one knee. The Qingsong Taoist glanced at Qing Yu indifferently and said slowly, "The four of you don't have to be so formal. The four of you are my seniors. Back then, you followed me and established the Qingsong school. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Now that I have attained the nascent soul realm, I will naturally help you break through your current shackles and advance your cultivation to the next level. This will also allow you to better serve the Qingsong school. Qing Yu, you are still my martial uncle, so you don't have to be so formal. If you have something to say, just say it." "Yes, thank you for your kindness, Sect Master." Qing Yu was overjoyed. The four of them had been trapped in the eighth heaven of the Gold Core realm for decades. They had thought that they could only stay at this level for the rest of their lives. However, the Qingsong Taoist was no longer the same as before. Perhaps he could really help them step into the ninth heaven of the Gold Core realm. Qing Yu quickly stood up and said, "Sect Master, now all the Sect Masters are here. Since you are a nascent soul venerable, why don't you order all the sects to belong to the Qingsong school and establish the Qingsong school? You can end the past of open and covert struggles between the sects. With your majesty, it is inevitable that you will command the world. They won't dare to disobey you." The Qingsong Taoist nodded. He had long had this ambition. Unifying the cultivation world and becoming the supreme cultivation emperor was his lifelong goal. In the past, because his strength was limited to the Jindan period, he couldn't make the other sects submit to him. Therefore, he had to discuss all the big and small matters with the other sects. Although he had the absolute right to speak, he still had to beat around the bush. Now, he was no longer the same as before. As long as he unified the cultivation world, he no longer needed other people to interfere. Every word he said was an order for the other sects. This was what he wanted. Chapter 80. The Qingsong Taoist looked down on everyone like an emperor. Now, he was the god of the Moyun mountain range. His dignity was sacred and inviolable. As he stood there, no one dared to look up at him. They could only tremble. Every word he said was an order. Who dared to defy him? His heart was suddenly filled with pride. Wasn't it what he had been pursuing all his life to make everyone kneel at his feet? Now, he was only second to one person, but above everyone else. It was enough that he could call the wind and summon the rain here. He had already become the emperor of the Moyun mountain range. An emperor should consider the matters of his people. He said loudly, "Since everyone is here today, we need to talk about the human of Mount Fulong. In this operation, all the sects were ambushed and suffered heavy losses. These disciples were all our young juniors. Their wings were not fully grown yet, but their souls had already returned to the 9 heavens. This is a sad thing. The trip to Mount Fulong caused many sects to lose their outstanding disciples. It was a great loss to each sect." The Qingsong Taoist's words on the day of the celebration were definitely not just a simple condolence. Everyone was waiting for him to continue. "I've been thinking about it for the past few days. What caused these things to happen? Do we know enough about the human? If we want to eliminate these human, how do we achieve victory in one blow? With the scattered strength of our cultivation world now, can we really eliminate the human? Everyone held their breaths and listened attentively to the Qingsong Taoist's words. They were faintly uneasy. Since the Qingsong Taoist was already a nascent soul true body, his mana was monstrous. As long as he made a move, the human would definitely be eliminated. However, the Qingsong Taoist did not seem to want to make a move himself. What did he want to do? I thought for a long time and summed up the cultivation levels of the disciples who were injured this time. I realized that these disciples were originally quite talented. Unfortunately, they lost their lives before they could fully display their abilities. In the end, it was because they did not receive enough training and lacked the ability to react to danger. Why was it that some of the sect's disciples were not injured, but others did not have any room to fight back? This was because the overall quality of the disciples taught by different sects was uneven. That's the worst part. Qingsong Taoist's words were obviously hinting at something. Every sect had a different way of training their disciples, so the disciples they trained would definitely be different. This was something that everyone knew, so why did the Pine Tree Daoist emphasize this point? The Qingsong Taoist's expression revealed a trace of regret. In a month, I will personally visit you to exchange opinions. The domineering aura once again enveloped everyone. This time, the Qingsong Taoist increased the pressure. Everyone felt as if they had been hit hard. Many people knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at the Green Pine Daoist in shock. There was only a month's time. The Green Pine Daoist would personally come and exchange opinions in a month. If they didn't agree, this sect would be destroyed, wouldn't it? An aura of despair spread throughout the square. Everyone knew that the cultivation world no longer belonged to them. The situation of numerous sects had been broken. A new kingdom was about to rise. The cultivation world had changed dynasties and changed its name to Qingsong. The disciples of the Qingsong school looked at the visitors arrogantly. For them, who were originally disciples of the Qingsong school, how could the status of other disciples be compared with theirs? Just like the countries in the mortal world, they were originally relatives of the royal family. The children of other courtiers were not worth mentioning. Strength can really change everything. Mu Yu sighed as he looked at the wailing of the people. Originally, he only needed to say a few words to solve the problem. However, he had to use the name of eliminating human to achieve it. However, he couldn't say that the Qingsong Taoist was a hypocrite. After all, there must be a reason for everything. The Qingsong Taoist naturally didn't want to leave a bad reputation for future generations. Just like many emperors in the mortal world, they shouted, nobles, generals, ministers, generals, and generals have the guts or Xingchen Sheng Wang of Great Chu. They used all kinds of names of rebellion to make things seem real. Otherwise, who would support and respond to them? The Qingsong Taoist took advantage of the issue of human to act. From the perspective of the human clan's morality, if any sect didn't cooperate, he had a reason to eliminate those sects that didn't submit to him. If he destroyed a sect for no reason, not only would he provoke the wrath of the heavens, but he would also go down in history in infamy. This was not what the Qingsong Taoist wanted. All the sect leaders were in a daze. Now that the Qingsong Taoist had reached the true body of the nascent soul stage, his words could destroy the foundation of all the sects. The foundation that their ancestors worked so hard to establish was all negated by a single sentence from the Qingsong Taoist. In the cultivation world, strength was always respected. If the Qingsong Taoist had made this decision when he was still in the Jindan period, many people would have resisted. However, now that the Qingsong Taoist was in the nascent soul stage, he could kill a person with a single breath. How could they resist? What if I don't want to? However, at this moment, a deep voice spread throughout the entire Pine Tree sect, causing everyone to be stunned. There was actually someone who dared to say no so brazenly. Did this person want to die? This person didn't want to die because this voice was familiar to all the sect leaders. Haha. Brother Chingsong Taoist, I was delayed by something. Please don't blame me for being late. Perfected Zhouhua's voice rolled like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. His voice seemed to penetrate everyone's soul, making them tremble involuntarily. An aura that was not weaker than the Chingsong Taoists descended from the sky. It was actually on par with the Chingsong Taoists' aura. The spiritual aura in the air fluctuated, and perfected Zhouhua slowly appeared, looking at the Chingsong Taoist. The nascent soul stage. Perfected Zhouhua had also stepped into the nascent soul stage. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the two magnates in the sky. The surging spiritual energy swept over everyone, and the people below the stage were like ants. They could only tremble. Mu Yu looked at perfected Zhouhua in disbelief. This old man had also reached the true body of the nascent soul stage. What he didn't understand was that it was impossible for anyone to break through to the nascent soul stage in the immortal confining prison. It was understandable that the Chingsong Taoist had the help of the young man in red, but how did perfected Zhouhua achieve the true body of the nascent soul stage? Chingsong Taoist's face darkened. He didn't know that perfected Zhouhua had also broken through to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 81. The two nascent soul stage cultivators stood there. Their surging auras engulfed each other and confronted each other, as if they wanted to suppress each other's aura. No one dared to make a sound. In front of these two giant gods, every sect leader below them was like an ant, not worth mentioning. It was as if the two gods in the sky were the only ones left in the world, secretly competing with each other. The Chingsong Taoist and perfected Zhouhua were once revered by tens of thousands of people in the cultivation world. Their statuses were almost the same. They thought that after the Chingsong Taoist entered the nascent soul stage, perfected Zhouhua could no longer be on the same level as the Chingsong Taoist and could only submit. But who would have thought that perfected Zhouhua would transform and become a nascent soul true body, just like the Chingsong Taoist? Ever since the battle between human and the humans in the Moyun mountain range, the nascent soul stage cultivators had disappeared without a trace. No one else had broken through to the nascent soul stage. But now, two nascent soul stage cultivators had appeared all of a sudden. How could this not be surprising? Brother Zhouhua, how have you been? The Chingsong Taoist smiled generously as if nothing had happened. But he was extremely angry in his heart. His ambition had just been exposed, and now it was ruined by perfected Zhouhua. If perfected Zhouhua was still in the Jindan period, he would definitely teach perfected Zhouhua a lesson as an example to others. However, at this moment, perfected Zhouhua was in the same realm as him. How could he get out of this situation? The Chingsong Taoist's violent spiritual energy suppressed Zhouhua Taoist in an overwhelming manner. He wanted to test perfected Zhouhua's strength. Perfected Zhouhua still had a smile on his face, but there was also an invisible surge of terrifying spiritual energy. Ripples spread out with him as the center. Like a stone falling into the water, the ripples returned to the Chingsong Taoist without showing any weakness. The collision between the two original infant stage cultivators created a terrifying storm in the air. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged and the sky changed color. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. However, the two people in the middle of the storm just stood there with their hands behind their backs. The corners of their clothes didn't even move. The wind seemed to avoid them and rushed towards the people below the stage. Everyone looked at the two people in the air in horror. The inexplicable gale made their clothes flutter, and they almost couldn't stand still. Everyone retreated in a sorry state, trying to stabilize their bodies. But in the blink of an eye, all the gales stopped, and the clouds quickly dispersed. Sunlight once again shone on everyone, and the terrifying aura also disappeared like melting snow. It was as if nothing had happened. There were still two people standing in the air with smiles on their faces. They looked at each other calmly as if they were old friends. It was as if they were just exchanging a normal greeting. Daoist Brother Pine Tree, You're still as spirited as ever. Reverend Johua laughed heartily. Same to you. Chingsong Taoist nodded politely. The two people seemed to be evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand, so they stopped in time. However, the real strength of the original infant stage had left a deep impression on everyone below the stage. They were in awe. Just the collision of their aura was already unbearable for people in the Jindan period. If they really attacked, wouldn't the whole school be destroyed? Is this the strength of the original infant stage? It's really terrifying. Reverend Johua seems to be no weaker than Chingsong Taoist. This is really gratifying. Seeing that Reverend Johua didn't lose to Chingsong Taoist, everyone felt as if they had seen their savior. Hope was rekindled in their hearts. They all thought that it seemed to be a good thing that Reverend Johua had entered the original infant stage. At least, it stopped Chingsong School from dominating the world. For the time being, the cultivation world wouldn't go through many changes, and the foundation of each school should be preserved. After all, in the past, these two schools had dominated the cultivation world, but they never had the intention to destroy other schools. If they really thought that, then they were very wrong. In the past, they didn't destroy other schools because they were all in the Jindan period. Even if they wanted to conquer other schools, they would have to pay a huge price. It was impossible to not bleed. Now, they had entered the god realm. If the gods wanted to punish mortals, would they need to bleed? Brother Chingsong Taoist, I just heard that you want to establish the Chingsong Alliance to fight against human together. I think it's a good idea. However, the way my Johua school cultivates disciples is unique. Therefore, I also plan to establish the Johua Alliance to absorb all the young disciples in the cultivation world and cultivate them into talents. Our two schools will compete to see which school cultivates disciples with greater potential. What do you think? Reverend Johua didn't beat around the bush. He directly explained the purpose of his visit. The Chingsong Alliance and the Johua Alliance. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Reverend Johua's appearance here as a nascent soul cultivator would stop the Chingsong School's plan to annex other schools. They didn't think that Reverend Johua planned to use the Chingsong Taoists' method to establish the Johua Alliance to fight against the Chingsong Alliance. Then wouldn't the entire cultivation world be divided into two? Only the Johua School and the Chingsong School would be left. Reverend Johua and the Chingsong Taoist were two cunning old foxes. In the past, they couldn't unify the cultivation world because other schools didn't lack Jindan period cultivators. It wasn't easy to make other schools submit. However, now that they were both nascent soul cultivators, did they still need to consider the Jindan period of these schools? If they didn't agree, it would be settled with a snap of the fingers. The leaders of each school fell into despair again. Whether they joined the Chingsong Alliance or the Johua Alliance, what was the difference for them? They would all be destroyed. Dying horizontally and dying vertically were the same thing. Their schools couldn't escape from destruction. However, the two people who represented the strongest in the Moyun mountain range stood there. No one dared to say a word against them. They didn't have the ability to say anything, and they didn't dare to say anything. The cultivation world still couldn't change the trend of change. It was just developing in a more subtle direction. It's rare that Reverend Johua is so righteous. Since we're all thinking about the overall situation, the others shouldn't have any objections, right? Everyone can go back and think about it. Join the Chingsong Alliance or the Johua Alliance. We'll give you an answer in a month. What do you think? The Chingsong Taoist said loudly. Reverend Johua didn't undermine him. Although things didn't develop in the direction he expected, it was very close. The cultivation world was divided into two schools. In the future, only Johua School was left as an opponent. The Chingsong Taoist's biggest reliance was the red-clothed young man behind him. As long as the red-clothed young man helped him destroy Johua School, it would be much easier to do things. The Chingsong Taoist was not a fool. He already knew the limit of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. He broke through to the nascent soul stage with the help of the red-clothed young man. If Reverend Johua didn't have anyone to help him, how could he achieve the nascent soul stage? He didn't fall out with Reverend Johua because he guessed that the person behind him must be nearby at this moment. The red-clothed young man didn't want to appear in front of everyone. He must have his own concerns. After the matter was settled, he would definitely not tolerate the existence of Reverend Johua, who was in the nascent soul stage. What Reverend Johua said is right. Fellow Taoists, why don't you go back and think about it carefully? How about giving everyone a month? Reverend Johua said with a fake smile. Should they join Chingsong School or Johua School? This was also a problem, but it wasn't so important to them. No matter which side they joined, their school would eventually be destroyed. In that case, this matter didn't seem so important anymore. Mu Yu looked coldly at the two people who were arguing in mid-air. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Whether the cultivation world followed Chingsong School or Johua School, to him, it wasn't as important as saving his master. The Moyun mountain range was surrounded by a heaven and earth array, immortal confinement prison. After 10 years, this immortal confinement prison would kill all living things in the Moyun mountain range, including humans. At that time, what was the point of whether the Moyun mountain range belonged to Chingsong School or Johua School? However, he began to wonder. Who helped Reverend Johua break through to the nascent soul stage? According to Mu Yu's understanding, there were only two people from the outside world who came here. One was the young man in red, and the other was Tian Ran. Mu Yu had long thought about it. If Tian Ran could follow the young man in red without being discovered, then her cultivation was definitely not as simple as the Jindan period. It was estimated that she had already stepped into the nascent soul stage. Could it be that Tian Ran was secretly helping Reverend Johua in an attempt to interfere with the young man in red's plan? This was very likely, but Mu Yu didn't believe that the somewhat naive girl would have such an idea. The way she looked for people was so simple that she pulled a passerby to ask around. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. She also exposed herself so obviously. Would she really think of looking for Reverend Johua as a helper? However, other than this explanation that was more reasonable, there was really no other explanation. If you caught my master, then you would definitely look for him. The young man in red should also be there. Mu Yu waited here. He wanted to take the risk to follow the Chingsong Taoist and see if he could find out any information. Perhaps his master was locked in a secret room in the Chingsong School by the Chingsong Taoist. Mu Yu couldn't find a secret room in such a large mountain. If he could control the land, there would be a glimmer of hope. The celebration ceremony was still going on, but there was one more person celebrating. Almost all the guests were frowning. In front of the Chingsong Taoist and Reverend Johua, they could only force a smile. Reverend Johua and the Chingsong Taoist chatted happily. It seemed that there was no estrangement because of what had just happened. They were still respectful to each other as usual. Only they knew that at this moment, they couldn't wait to get rid of each other. The Chingsong Taoist and Reverend Johua concealed their killing intent very well. They had just entered the nascent soul stage and were not familiar with this stage yet. They didn't understand the gap between them and each other. Moreover, the people behind them told them to be careful, so they didn't fall out with each other. The celebration went on for a whole day. There were all kinds of complicated ceremonies. The Chingsong School was very efficient. In the blink of an eye, all the items needed for the celebration ceremony were prepared. Since Reverend Johua was also in the nascent soul stage, he was naturally here to celebrate with the Chingsong Taoist. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the Chingsong Taoist and Reverend Johua sat there. Everyone squeezed out a smile and came to the Chingsong Taoist and Reverend Johua. They bowed and said goodbye, then turned around and left in a daze. When they went back this time, they were probably worried about the problem of choosing a side. It was reasonable to say that the Chingsong School was more powerful. After all, the Chingsong Taoist was the leader of the cultivation world during the Jindan period. However, the Johua School was not to be trifled with. No matter which side they chose, they would be hated by the other side. It would be difficult for them to travel in the cultivation world in the future. After everyone left, Reverend Johua also bid farewell to the Chingsong Taoist in a friendly manner. Then, Brother Qingsong Taoist, I'll see you again someday. Brother Jiuhua, be careful on your way back. After watching Reverend Jiuhua step into the void and leave, the Qingsong Taoist snorted heavily and turned around to walk back to his residence. Chapter 82. Mu Yu was no stranger to the residence of the Qingsong Taoist. He had been here once before and had seen the true face of the red-clothed young man with his own eyes. Therefore, he was familiar with the place this time. The Qingsong Taoist walked slowly. He didn't emit any nascent soul aura, but his spirit and appearance were obviously different. His nascent soul cultivation seemed to have made him at least 10 years younger. Along the way, all the disciples of the Qingsong school bowed to the Qingsong Taoist when they saw him. Now that the Qingsong Taoist had become a legendary god, as a member of the Qingsong school, they were honored. The Qingsong Taoist only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. After passing through a small forest and turning around a rockery, they finally arrived at an elegant courtyard. The peach trees in the courtyard were still green. Mu Yu had already stepped into the peach trees before the Qingsong Taoist. The Qingsong Taoist opened the door. His room was neat and tidy. Every day, there were special disciples who came to clean it. Not even a speck of dust dared to fall. The Qingsong Taoist sat in front of a desk, flipping through several ancient books. He frowned from time to time and occasionally looked out the window. No one knew what he was thinking. He originally thought that today's ceremony would be the time for him to unify the Moyun mountain range. However, no one expected that immortal Jiuhua would appear out of nowhere and disrupt all his plans. It was this matter that made his mood a little chaotic. He couldn't calm down at all. A figure quickly passed through the courtyard and came to the door of the Qingsong Taoist's room. This person was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor. He was the Qingsong Taoist's outstanding disciple, Bai Liang. Master, disciple Bai Liang requests an audience. Bai Liang knocked on the door 3 times and said respectfully, "Come in." The Qingsong Taoist said lightly. Bai Liang carefully pushed open the door, then quickly walked in front of the Qingsong Taoist. He knelt down and kowtowed, respectfully saying, "Master, you were looking for me?" The Qingsong Taoist slowly closed the ancient book. He raised his head and asked solemnly, "Bai Liang, what about the matter I asked you to do?" Bai Liang shook his head slightly, a look of guilt on his face. "Master, everything was originally under control. However, there has been no progress regarding Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Now that Daoist Master Jiuhua has broken through to the nascent soul stage for some unknown reason, there is nothing I can do." Sword shadow dust wind? Outside the window, Mu Yu perked up and immediately pricked up his ears. They had mentioned his master. Was the Qingsong Taoist related to his master's disappearance? However, what did it mean that Jian Ying and Chen Feng had not made any progress? They had captured his master, but did his master not submit to them? You continue to deal with Jian Ying and Chen Feng. As for Daoist Master Jiuhua's matter, I will deal with it. The Qingsong Taoist said in a deep voice. "Yes, Master," Bai Liang said. Then, he showed a trace of worry. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Master, I know that your cultivation is now very high, but I'm afraid that Daoist Master Jiuhua is not an ordinary person." "Are you really sure?" "Of course I'm sure. I need you to prepare for the Qingsong alliance. Although Jiuhua School has a foot in this matter, our goal will not change. The cultivation world must be firmly controlled by our Qingsong School." The Qingsong Taoist's eyes flashed with a resolute light. "Master, what do you want me to do specifically?" Bai Liang looked at the Qingsong Taoist with eyes full of hope. He had followed the Qingsong Taoist since he was a child, so he knew the Qingsong Taoist's plan very well. He also looked forward to unifying the entire Moyun mountain range. After all, even if the Qingsong Taoist had become a nascent soul supremacy, there would be a day when he abdicated. At that time, the Moyun mountain range would naturally be under Bai Liang's control. Ask the 2 elders, Qing Yu and Qing Yuan, to go with you to each sect. Whether it's threatening or persuading, Let them understand that between the Qingsong Alliance and the Johua Alliance, they must choose the Qingsong Alliance. Yes, I will not let you down, master. Bai Liang was overjoyed. The two elders, Qing Yu and Qing Yuan, were going to go personally. With their cultivation, it would be easy to intimidate the leaders of those small sects. You may leave. Bai Liang retreated and closed the door behind him. After a while, a disciple walked into the Qingsong Taoist's room with a basin of water. The Qingsong Taoist sat on the bed. The disciple took off the Qingsong Taoist's shoes and socks and helped the Qingsong Taoist wash his feet. At the same time, a person pushed the door open and came in. Mu Yu took a closer look. It was actually Qing Mai. Father. Qing Mai walked in leisurely and sat beside the Qingsong Taoist. Mai, you're here. The Qingsong Taoist looked at Qing Mai lovingly. Every time he saw Qing Mai, the Qingsong Taoist would always think of the threat of the red-clothed young man. Qing Mai was now an adult, but her cultivation was still too low. If the Qingsong Taoist was not here, she would definitely be remembered by many cultivators. Qing Mai hesitated for a moment and said, Father, I want to tell you something. There's someone I like. The Qingsong Taoist was slightly startled. He didn't expect to hear this news. As a father, he was most afraid that the cabbage he had painstakingly raised would be eaten by a pig. He hurriedly asked, Mai, who is that person? When did this happen? Qing Mai pursed her lips and said, his name is Chengyang. He's from the Falling Dust sect. Falling Dust sect? Is that the young man the Falling Dust sect sent today? The Qingsong Taoist frowned. Qing Mai nodded and said, Father, I know what you're thinking. Don't look down on his lowly background. He's actually a very outstanding person. Now, the entire cultivation world is yours. In the future, he will also listen to your orders. Don't object, okay? The Qingsong Taoist sighed and said, Mai, you can't be with him. The situation is very complicated right now. I don't want anything to happen to you. Qing Mai gritted her teeth and said, why? He's not even 20 years old, and he's already in the Jindan period. Even this kind of natural talent isn't enough. The Qingsong Taoist suddenly asked, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. You said that he's already in the Jindan period when he's not even 20 years old? Mu Yu's heart thumped. Could it be that the Qingsong Taoist had already noticed something? Qing Mai hurriedly said, yes, he's a man of striking appearance. He won't let me down in the future. He can protect me. Silly child, the only person who can protect you in the current situation is your father. The Qingsong Taoist sighed. If it wasn't for the red-clothed young man's threat, why would he be worried about anything happening to Qing Mai? You can protect her? The red-clothed young man sneered and appeared in the room like a gust of wind. The Qingsong Taoist suddenly stood up. His face alternated between red and white, and he didn't even dare to speak. It was Qing Mai who shouted, how dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into my father's room? Qing Mai, don't be rude. You guys go out first. This is an important guest I've invited. The Qingsong Taoist waved his hand, and the disciple hurriedly left with the water. Qing Mai glanced at the red-clothed young man a few more times, and then left unwillingly after being scolded by the Qingsong Taoist. Seeing that Qing Mai had left, the Qingsong Taoist hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, Master, please forgive me. My daughter was rude, please don't take offense. Get up. The red-clothed young man said indifferently. The Qingsong Taoist didn't get up. He was still kneeling on the ground, trembling, and said, this old servant is incompetent. There's still no news of Jian Ying or Chen Feng. Master, please punish me. During the day, the Qingsong Taoist was still awe-inspiring. Now, he was kneeling in front of the red-clothed young man like an incompetent servant, waiting for his master to punish him. In this world, only strength was supreme. Only with strength could one be called a king. Without strength, one could only be a servant. Mu Yu didn't pay attention to the two different sides of the highly respected Qingsong Taoist. He got a message that the Qingsong Taoist didn't have any news of Jian Ying or Chen Feng. That meant that his master wasn't in Qingsong school? They didn't catch his master? This made Mu Yu feel relieved, but a new problem appeared. If his master wasn't here, then where was he? The red-clothed young man snorted and frowned. Get up and talk. I don't need a servant who can only be a yes man. I need someone who can do things. You've always been the most powerful person in the Moyun mountain range. I asked you to find a person, but you don't have any clue? The Qingsong Taoist quickly stood up and said, Master, I've already asked Bai Liang to do it. Bai Liang is the most familiar with the affairs of the cultivation world. I believe he will soon have an idea. I don't care how you deal with it. I need you to send Jian Ying and Chen Feng to me as soon as possible. The red-clothed young man deliberately emphasized the words as soon as possible. Mu Yu knew why the red-clothed young man emphasized as soon as possible. He was afraid that he didn't care about Jian Ying and Chen Feng, but about Jian Ying and Chen Feng's secrets. Even Mu Yu didn't know what secrets his master had that made him so important. The Qingsong Taoist nodded fearfully and said, Master, Zhenren Zhouhua has also stepped into the nascent soul stage. It's impossible for him to have no one to help him. If there is someone behind him, then it will be difficult for me to unify the cultivation world. I don't care what means you use. Let me tell you, the person behind Zhenren Zhouhua is also looking for Jian Ying and Chen Feng. If he finds the real Jian Ying and Chen Feng, then the consequences will be very serious. At that time, you won't be able to protect yourself, let alone your daughter. The red-clothed young man said coldly. I'll do my best. I won't let you down. The Qingsong Taoist's face was extremely pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't dare to be careless when it came to matters involving his daughter. You don't have to worry about the person behind Zhenren Zhouhua for the time being. You're no match for him. I'll take care of it. The red-clothed young man said. He disappeared again, as if he had never been there. He came and went without a trace. The Qingsong Taoist sighed. It was indeed a glorious thing to be the master of the cultivation world in the Moyun mountain range, but he, the so-called emperor of the cultivation world, was just a servant of the red-clothed young man. However, the red-clothed young man only wanted to be the mastermind behind the scenes and didn't want to show himself. Therefore, the Qingsong Taoist was only under one person and above everyone else. He could accept this situation. Mu Yu also left the Qingsong Taoist's yard and appeared in a place far away from the Qingsong school. He looked at the Qingsong school from afar, and his mood was not as depressed as it was a few days ago. The red-clothed young man didn't catch Jian Ying and Chen Feng, so his master was not in any danger. Could it be that Tian Ran has found my master? In order to prevent the red-clothed young man from harming my master, she took him away by force. Mu Yu thought. He wanted to go to the Zhouhua school. If Zhenren Zhouhua became a nascent soul venerable because of Tian Ran's help, and Tian Ran had always been protecting Jian Ying and Chen Feng, then his master was very likely to be in the Zhouhua school at this moment. Mu Yu had a bad impression of the Zhouhua school. The disciples of the Zhouhua school were arrogant and domineering, and Mu Yu had destroyed their cultivation. Moreover, Zhu Wenxing had shamelessly stolen Mu Yu's credit on Mount Fulong. However, if Tian Ran was the person behind Zhenren Zhouhua, then the Zhouhua school would be on his side in the future. Chapter 83. By the time he left Zhouhua school, it was already very late. Mu Yu didn't head in the direction of Luo Chen Mountain. He wanted to go to Zhouhua school to find out whether Tian Ran was the one behind Daoist Zhouhua. However, Mu Yu had never been to Zhouhua school before, so he didn't know the exact location of Zhouhua school. Therefore, he decided to go to the school and ask around. The school wasn't far from Qingsong school, so Mu Yu arrived at the school after flying for more than 2 hours. Although the school was brightly lit at the moment, there were very few people he could see. Mu Yu had no choice but to land in the school and walk towards the small courtyard of his sect. He passed through an arch and turned around to arrive at a huge square. In the center of this open space, there was a large grey stone quietly standing there. It looked simple and unadorned, but under the illumination of the moonlight, it revealed a strange halo. Mu Yu couldn't help but stop and look at this stone. This was the spirit testing stone that determined his life and the stone that determined the fate of all the cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. This stone marked all the cultivators with the mark of their respective sects. However, after the Qingsong Taoist and Daoist Zhouhua entered the nascent soul stage, its existence seemed to become dispensable. In the future, no matter how talented the disciples it tested were, they would always belong to Qingsong school or Zhouhua school. Many of the Pine Tree sect's disciples shone brightly here. Their talents were outstanding, causing many self-cultivators to be incessantly moved. Little Tiger, who had a cyan innate talent, was the center of attention for a time. Mu Yu originally had a purple talent that could shock all the cultivators. However, because he didn't dare to reveal his ability to control wood, he became a gray disciple who was looked down upon. In the end, he entered the Luo Chen sect and became a disciple that everyone laughed at. However, Mu Yu never regretted it because he knew that he had made the right choice. If he hadn't been unwilling to give up and wanted to take the test again, he probably wouldn't have met his master. Now, under his master's guidance, he had become an outstanding cultivator and defeated the genius Little Tiger in front of everyone, greatly venting for himself. He should have replaced Little Tiger as the new genius, but he couldn't feel happy at all. However, his master's whereabouts were unknown because a mysterious red-clothed young man came to the Moyun mountain range. Although Mu Yu was sure that his master was fine, there was still a knot in his heart because the red-clothed young man was still looking for him. Mu Yu walked across the open space, through a door, and arrived at the residence of the Grey Disciples. At this moment, there were still some young disciples in the residence of the Grey Disciples. They hadn't slept yet, and when they saw Mu Yu, their eyes were filled with awe. Mu Yu was a disciple of a sect, while they were just Grey Disciples of the academy. They were like servants, so these Grey Disciples were naturally envious. "Manager, I'm sorry." Mu Yu clenched his fists. When he first stepped into the cultivation world, the first person he came into contact with was Deacon Zun. This kind old man, whose life was full of sorrow, was hated by Little Tiger because he protected Mu Yu. In the end, he died in the demonic beast's forest. Mu Yu still thought that he would come back and take Deacon Zun away from the school. Unfortunately, he was forced to choose another way to leave here. "Young master, which sect are you from? What can I do for you?" Sensing the fluctuation of spiritual power on Mu Yu, a middle-aged man hurried over and asked respectfully. Mu Yu remembered this middle-aged man. He had replaced Deacon Zun as the school's steward. Everyone called him Deacon Liu. What did it matter which sect he was from? Soon, only the Qingsong school and the Zhouhua school were left in the Moyun mountain range. Many people in the school probably didn't know what had happened today. "It's so late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Mu Yu asked casually. "Young master, you don't know. The Qingsong school's patriarch Verdant Pine has achieved the nascent soul true body. This is a joyous event in the cultivation world. In the evening, young master Little Tiger from the Qingsong school came to the school. He used to ask us not to sleep at night and to listen to his orders at any time. He is Patriarch Verdant Pine's disciple. How can we not listen to him?" Deacon Liu didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face. Little Tiger was Patriarch Verdant Pine's disciple. If he served Little Tiger well, it would be a great honor for him and an opportunity to be rewarded. If he was lucky, he might even be able to join the Qingsong school. Little Tiger is also in the school. His master just held a celebration. "What is he doing here?" Mu Yu asked, puzzled. Deacon Liu shook his head quickly. He seemed to know something, but he didn't dare to say it. Mu Yu didn't force him. To be honest, he was very curious. It was reasonable to say that Little Tiger should be waiting respectfully by the Qingsong Taoist side at this moment, instead of spending the night at the school. Mu Yu went straight to the small courtyard of his school. However, when he passed by the side courtyard of the Qingsong school, the exquisite door of the side courtyard suddenly opened. Mu Yu saw the person he didn't want to see the most. Little Tiger walked out in high spirits. Mu Yu didn't want to meet him, so he turned into a dark corner. Little Tiger walked on the same path that Mu Yu had just taken. He seemed to be going to the residence of the Grey Disciples. Mu Yu became angry when he thought of Deacon Zun's death. This guy had always looked down on the Grey Disciples. He was afraid that nothing good would come out of going to the Grey Disciples' courtyard this time. Mu Yu followed him. As soon as little Tiger walked into the courtyard of the Grey Disciples, Deacon Liu immediately bowed to him and said with a flattering face, "Young master, everything is ready. Bring him to me." Little Tiger didn't even look at Deacon Liu. His tone was very arrogant, and he didn't take Deacon Liu seriously at all. He was originally a dazzling star in the cultivation world. Now that his master had achieved the true body of the nascent soul, his status would only be higher in the future. Perhaps many headmasters would have to salute him when they saw him. A mere deacon of the school was nothing in his eyes. "You three, come here quickly. This is Little Tiger, the disciple of ancestor Qingsong and the most talented person in the cultivation world. Take good care of him." Deacon Liu waved his hand, and 3 girls around 15 or 16 years old walked over timidly. These 3 young girls were all young, and they were all Grey Disciples of the academy. They all looked pretty and lively. They had just reached the stage of puberty. Their bodies were curvaceous, but they still had a trace of childishness. Their eyes were full of reverence and hope. Qingsong School was the #1 school in the world, and Qingsong Taoist was like a living immortal. As his disciple, Little Tiger's status was naturally not ordinary. Little Tiger looked at the 3 girls with satisfaction and nodded. "Not bad, Deacon Liu. You do things very quickly, unlike your predecessor, who was unwilling to do such a small thing. You're so diligent, so I'll definitely reward you in the future. Take this spirit stone first. That stubborn Deacon Zun can't accept this spirit stone, so I sent him to the demonic beast forest to see the world. Thank you, young master. Thank you. I have a different philosophy from Deacon Zun. That old guy Deacon Zun is too rigid. He only has himself to blame for everything." Deacon Liu was flattered and stuffed the spirit stones into his robes. He was the clearest about Deacon Zun's death, but Xiaohu had recommended him to take over Deacon Zun's job and become the steward of the academy. How could he possibly reveal Xiaohu's matter when it came to earning spirit stones? "Let's go." Little Tiger's eyes greedily stared at one of the girl's breasts. He swallowed his saliva and looked somewhat impatient. The 3 girls didn't dare to say anything and could only obediently follow Little Tiger. Little Tiger took 2 of the girls' hands and brought them back to his room. "Take off your clothes." Little Tiger closed the door and said with a wicked look. The 3 girls were at a loss. 2 of them seemed to know what they were going to face and consciously took off their clothes. Suddenly, the room was exposed. But one of them retreated to the door and refused to take off her clothes. "You met a tough one? Then let me give you a hand." Little Tiger smiled evilly and slowly approached the girl. "Young master, don't do this, don't do this." The girl struggled, unwilling to give in. But how could she be a match for Little Tiger, who was in the foundation establishment stage? Her struggle was destined to be futile. Little Tiger's clothes had already been completely removed. He hugged her and pressed her down on the bed. She screamed in panic, but no one paid attention to her. Mu Yu was on the roof of the Qingsong School's side courtyard. He didn't see the situation inside, but he could guess what happened. He didn't expect Little Tiger to do such a shameless thing. An unknown flame of anger burned in his heart. When Deacon Zun was still alive, with Deacon Zun's character, he wouldn't have allowed Little Tiger to do such a thing. So he killed Deacon Zun and replaced him with Deacon Liu, who was more agreeable to him. On the night of his master's celebration, he actually dared to come down the mountain to do such a thing. He was really bold and daring. Mu Yu squeezed into the room through the beam on the roof. Looking at the indistinct figure behind the gauze curtain, killing intent rose in his heart and he unsheathed the shadow clone sword in his hand. This kind of person, if I have to kill, then so be it. However, at this moment, the window suddenly bounced open and a black figure flashed in. The candles in the room were extinguished by a few bursts of spiritual energy. Mu Yu was stunned and didn't rush out of the beam. At this time, who else would dare to barge into Little Tiger's room other than him? "Who is it?" Little Tiger heard the strange noise and shouted loudly. He climbed out of the bed naked and didn't even have time to pull up his pants. He was a bit angry. Just now, he was about to reach a certain point and was interrupted at this time. He almost couldn't breathe. Chingsong School's side courtyard was an important place in the eyes of outsiders. Moreover, now that the Chingsong Taoist had become a living immortal, who would dare to challenge the dignity of Chingsong School? In the pitch-black night, one couldn't even see their own fingers. Little Tiger's eyes hadn't adjusted to the darkness. Just as he was about to light the lamp, 5 bright lights suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the moonlight, they flickered with a cold light. "What do you want to do?" Before Little Tiger could finish his words, his last few words turned into a few grunts. Then, he covered his throat in horror and choked on something, unable to speak. He wanted to shout, but blood came out of his mouth, making it impossible for him to shout. He still wanted to do something, but his consciousness gradually blurred. Blood spurted out, and his whole body fell on its back. Until his death, he still didn't understand. His master, the Chingsong Taoist, was already a nascent soul supremacy. As the first disciple of the Chingsong Taoist, he would definitely be able to summon the wind and summon the rain in the cultivation world in the future. He would be able to use his master's prestige to play with the entire cultivation world. However, before he could enjoy all of this, his life was unexpectedly ended for no reason. No one would have thought that on the day of the Chingsong Taoist celebration, Little Tiger would die tragically in the school. Mu Yu also couldn't understand because the black figure was too fast. Even he didn't see it clearly before it killed Little Tiger. Then, it went out the window and disappeared. Mu Yu chased after it. He wanted to know what the black figure was and why it killed Little Tiger. The courtyard of the Chingsong School was very big. At this moment, other than Little Tiger, none of the Chingsong School disciples were in the school. They were all in their own sects holding the celebration for Patriarch Chingsong. Mu Yu saw the black figure turn into a dark corner of the courtyard. He also chased after it, but just as he landed on the ground, he felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. The black figure's claws fell towards Mu Yu's neck. Mu Yu only saw a pair of green eyes that emitted a cold light in the darkness. Mu Yu hurriedly protected his neck. His shadow clone sword had already risen into the air. However, the claws didn't fall. It seemed that the figure didn't want to be entangled with Mu Yu. It just dodged and then disappeared. Mu Yu got up. His surroundings were dark. The black figure had already disappeared. Ah! The 3 girls' alarmed cries resounded throughout the courtyard. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. That was because this was the courtyard of the Pine Tree sect. Everyone in the academy knew that nothing would happen here. Even if there were girls' alarmed cries, no one would pay any attention to them. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.